Yo, what's going on everybody? Xanthos Vice here, and we are back with some more Punishing Grey Raven. I hope you guys have a great day so far. Yeah, I'm doing another stream today, mainly just because I wouldn't have time to do more later possibly. And I also at least want to get a good amount of this out, or get through a good number of chapters before I make the official Saturday streams, Trails of Daybreak later on. After I catch up on Wuthering Waves once they have the new update, and at least hopefully I'll try to reach chapter 20 in this game before I make it just whenever I feel like I can stream it for those other chapters, because at least I'll have gotten a good chunk of it done. So anyway, where we last left off, we had finished coming to an understanding as to why Lamia had such a deep connection with Atlantis. And again, obviously it would make sense given some of her characteristics and the kind of facility Atlantis was, but I'm glad we got to see more of like just the fact that it's like she didn't really understand the kind of pull in her mind that was bringing her back to Atlantis after all this time, but she just didn't remember. Again, makes sense because that's what the punching does, right? It completely changes an individual in some sort because of their intense emotions at the moment when they've turned. So it is understandable how she would forget about her whole mission, and also the way she kind of acts as well. Makes sense considering her living environment at the time. But also, we had finally started with the next chapter and hopefully being able to deal more damage to the Red Tide and actually getting a better sample of the Hetero Mother, so then we can be more prepared for the next time. But of course, it just never goes our way, does it? Han's a real one. Made sure he went out like a soldier, doing what he needed to protect the world by getting rid of that Hetero Mother before something else happens. But we get our ass kicked by a new type of hetero creature, being the twins. And I gotta say, damn, like, how the fuck are they already that strong and capable from the very beginning? I mean, then again, I know it's like I had to do restarts and all this stuff, but even then, it's like, even if I could have my own team there, it's like I can't really imagine myself getting the first try. I'll be completely honest with it, especially with like the fact that they can kind of like do their moves like as a combo with like one of them starting and then the other one going, and how it can kind of like intersect at different times depending on your positioning, and it was just crazy. Especially with the fact that it's like Liv is now starting to waver into, can they really do this? Because sure, we've had a good amount of success, but at the same time, it's like we could get our ass handed like this, and it's that now that she's actually the one facing these, can she survive? And like, can the Grey Ravens continue to be put into life and death situations and actually come out victorious? Because if anything, it was kind of luck thanks to Han's repositioning the bit node, so then the longest arsenal could be fired. But aside from that, it's like, what can we do from this point onward? Especially since we're all still feeling some sort of battle scars after the event, so we're going to continue with that. We are going to do the hidden stuff, and then move on to Chapter 17, Surviving Lewis, which I really am excited for. And yes, I know I don't necessarily have to do the hidden anymore if I want to continue this, but hey, I might as well, right? I want to get a better understanding of it. This shit connects down the line, so if I also remember correctly, we're starting to see how Roland was at least somewhat involved with the mission. Because it seems like this is how we saw all those like little campsites of like scavengers being in the area. He led them there to be nourishment for Mother, so then she could birth the new children of like the hetero stuff. So yeah, shadows in the forest. Recording. Not enough. Not enough at all. Not compared to the power of an agent. The Terragotta Muck Queen, the Polyphage, never could even scratch the surface of this supreme radiance. This is the final form of real power. I realize that imitation is ultimately futile. What they really lack is the ability to learn. Fortunately, I met an agent with the same view as me. The gentleman repaired my body and gave me an invitation. He affirmed my knowledge and gave me more strength. Thinking of all the possibilities after that, I could feel my hands tremble. This feeling was unprecedented. Based on what I read in books, this feeling is akin to shaking with excitement or excitement. This instant uncontrollable glitch made my cane fall into the red tide. Useless emotions only bring trouble. Ah, okay, so this is Gabriel talking. How long will it take until mankind completely disappears from the face of the earth, and nature reclaims the cities? During the prosperous golden age, people who kept progressing forward were no longer satisfied with dazzling new things and cutting-edge technology. While many were fascinated by reaching the stars, some people imagined a world without humans. This post-apocalyptic fantasy had always been a popular topic for readers. Vines climbed the walls, tree roots pecked through the asphalt, and rusty steel towers collapse into wind and rain. Nature only needs a little sunshine and rain, and it will recapture this land at an amazing speed. Trees take root, their branches strong, grass sprouts, spreading like a blanket. The air smells of moist soil, like a pure land has never been tread on. This picture, which is too peaceful, seems rather uncanny for the time. Careful, it's hard to walk here. Watch your step. Is there really a CPF? Don't you think it looks a little primitive? On all filters built in cities? Apparently not. It's over there. Oh, it's hard to see with so many trees here. Also, I think I'm gonna sprain an ankle. These weird roots are getting on my nerves. The group walks on the uneven forest floor, both feet never on the same plane. As they hear the sound of something being crushed, Beatty steps into a deep pit with his left foot. What the hell was that? The place trampled by Beatty is located in the center of the map. Oh, it's a map. The forest is too overgrown. This map is useless. You're right. At least the filter is right in front of us. We don't need it anyway. Record the location of the buildings in the park. If there are no supplies in the filter, we can still look for useful things here. Looks like the facilities are all built around the middle, which is most likely the location of the tower. You just smashed the most important part of the map with a single step. How very you. So what? That means we'll have no problem getting to the filter. He doesn't seem to pay any mind. Instead, he raises his arms and laughs. We are looking for supplies, not to destroy things. I think it would be great if we can occupy the filter. After all, starting it should be easy with Zach here. Our final destination is the conservation area. Shouldn't linger anywhere other than where we have discussed. Not to mention, stay as far away as possible from all machines. Forgot our rules again? Because they'll be in deep shit if they get corrupted. Yeah, I remember. Looking away from the iron plate, Zack notices a tear on Beatty's paint, or a tear. Must have cut it accidentally when he pulled his leg out of the hole. Have a rest and check out the supplies. We'll move out in 15. Bandage your wounds. Don't want you slowing us down when the tough gets going. Huh? Beatty looks at his lower leg and notices that he's bleeding. Shit! I didn't even feel a thing. What'd I tell you? Nothing can stop me. I don't want your dumbass dying of infection. Get over here and let me take care of it. We're trying for medical supplies, but we're in luck. Just saw some plants around here that can be used to deal with wounds. After working for a short while, they finally set up a crude base camp. Clear a relatively flat patch of land and use a spare gas stove to light a simple bonfire. Elmo appears to be nervous, but seeing that no one's paying attention to him, he just sits quietly beside the campfire. Zack just looks at him calmly, closes his eyes and takes a nap. Perhaps it was because Rolmo had kept himself busy the entire time looking for supplies, leading the way, helping him avoid areas with hidden danger several times. Either way, the trio seems to have grown accustomed to him. Even the Beater have let down their guard around him. Ever since we left the city, I haven't seen you eat a single thing. You aren't made of metal, are you? Don't starve yourself. You'll need to lead the way here in a bit. Thanks. Because of seeing decadent cities, the green forest reinvigorates the weary travelers. Destination is near. For a moment they lower their guards slightly and enjoy a short respite during their perilous journey. This place reminds me of a movie I saw a long time ago. Scene really similar to this forest. What movie? In a world of never-ending wars and disasters, a young man volunteers on a journey to the tower at the edge of the world, searching for secret treasure that can end the war. He's completing his trial to become a knight. In one scene, the main character arrives at a dark and gloomy forest, where he's surrounded by monsters. Fasting for 7 days before finally breaking free, only to find out that the monsters were really... what was it again? It was the loss and weakness he felt in his heart. Who'd have thought you had an eye for the art, Zach? I sure didn't. I'm surprised you even remember anything about it. The monsters in it were pretty cool. Sounds like a B movie. How'd it end? After an agonizing struggle, the main character finally reaches the top of the tower. There's no secret treasure. It was all in vain. I didn't have time to finish it, but it was toward the end. Just remember the main character falling on one knee in the tower after realizing there was nothing in there. Como puede ser nuestro final? How is this our final destination? Oh! That was the one Roland was in? It's nothing. Just about choked on hardtack is all. That line sounds cringy. Sounds like a garbage movie. Garbage? I don't think so. The monsters were pretty badass. The main character's acting was on point. Looked pretty young, but he was already starring in a movie. Apparently he won the award for Best Actor and was signed by a famous entertainment company from the Golden Age. What was it called again? Rocco? I can't imagine you following what goes on with celebrities. There's a lot you can't imagine. The ending was pretty bland, but it was a pretty decent memory in hindsight. And this kind of entertainment is a luxury. And that's one of the privileges of living in a time of peace. Moving seem lame, but they're a symbol of the happy life and the freedom to have fun whatever you want. Happy life. A word like that seems so far away. What is the standard of happiness for people in the Golden Age? Was it having enough food, warm clothes, a job that can support you, and a home that awaits your return? Scavengers, these are unreachable hopes. Well, no use thinking about it now. We can't even say for sure if we'll survive. Prepare to move out. With the guidance of Roma, the scavengers see a gray steel building getting closer and closer. They proceed deeper in the forest. Cortez notices some subtle changes. Strange sound from the depths, the crackling sound of dead branches breaking, and the increasingly obvious scarlet light emanating from the plants. Originally, he thought it was red berries or leaves, until he accidentally broke a branch when he passed a narrow path. Red viscous liquid flows out from the bark and drips on the grass. The punishing virus. What was that? Something's wrong with these plants. They seem to be infected with the punishing virus. Sap shouldn't be this color, even for the red leaves. Enough with the botany lesson. You mean these trees are infected, but the punishing concentration here is low? Don't. Destroying the plants might cause the concentration to rise. Alright, keep it down. Just looking at the plants, you can see that they're no ordinary plants. They seem to be extending in this direction. It's reasonable to assume that these plants aren't affected by the punishing virus. There must be a reason for this mutation. Slow down. Wait, don't go that way. It's too dangerous. The scene in front of him caused the Cortez to momentarily at a loss of words. They passing through the lush overgrowth, he sees a completely different scene from the forest behind them. Scarlet crevices are covered with green plants. Interspersed among them, he sees dazzling red vegetation and deformed humanoid creatures crawling within it. Humanoid creatures crawl on their 4 legs, which are constantly changing shape. The rattling from the menacing bones spurs on their limbs echoes through the forest. For a moment, Cortez thinks that he stumbled into hell. The weird and twisted creatures in front of him are like souls burning in hellfire. His beauty grabs him tightly, he slowly comes to his senses. Holy shit! What are those things? One of the creatures tilts its head, then begins to slowly crawl toward the scavenger. A peculiar red cord at the thickness of a woman's forearm trails behind it. like entrails or umbilical cord. Its chest is connected to one end, in which a red sphere beats wildly. Inspired by the first creature to stand up, the other creatures crawling on the ground stand up in the same twisted manner. Dozens of pale creatures in the forest stand up and turn to face the scavengers. The only process he was witnessing, the only emotion that occupies the forefront of the scavenger's mind is fear. As they get within close range, the pale skin of the creature's face begins to peel back, followed by a dark red flesh underneath, forming a cavity in the skull. Two rows of firm white spurs grow along both edges of the cavity like a bow imitation human teeth. It is exactly like Corda's, the creature wails from within its round cavity. Mechanically repeating the scream, it puts its two hands in front of its chest, one higher than the other. Same posture as Corda's with his gun drawn. The posture lasts less than a second, only being disrupted by a barrage of gunfire. What are you doing just standing there? Zach's yell causes Beauty to suddenly wake up from a nightmare. Pushing Corda's away, the gun in his hand unleashes a fierce burst of flame. Gunfire blasts the creature right in its head and chest. On the verge of collapse, the creature continues to mimic them like a mirror, trying to replicate human behavior. Horrific sight causes Beauty's hair to sound. Why won't it stop? He raises his gun to shoot the creature with an even larger barrage. Exposed red sphere breaks and splatters, sending scarlet blood mist into the air. Scavenger's bare skin begins to fester due to infection. White ribs begin to grow outside the broken red heart of the creature. The punishing virus. Just like those monsters growing out of a tide. They're all viruses. Run! There are too many of them. It's too dangerous here. Go to CPF. Zach almost shouts at the top of his lungs and points to a huge tower in the distant forest. Get a move on. Follow me. Straight through here. That's where the tower is. But stumbles, but Beauty yanks him up by the collar. He dashes past the eerie slow creatures and through the weathered forest, sparing no time or attention to their surroundings. And the fact that Roma, who initially told them to run this way, is no longer following them. Mother's influence is already begun to take hold. That was faster than expected. What did Cinderella do? What a pain in the ass. Now's not your time to take the stage. I can't let you disrupt the lead's performance. Mind getting off the stage?
叫びをもっと聞かせてよ。どこへ逃げるつもりだ。どこへ逃げるつもり。痛いな。真の叫びをもっと聞かせてよ。観客の皆様がじっと見てるよ。真の叫びをもっと聞かせてよ。真の叫びをもっと聞かせてよ。痛いな。観客の皆様がじっと見てるよ。どこへ逃げるつもり？今だ！クライマックス！観客の皆様がじっと見てるよ。痛いな。観客の皆様がじっと見てるよ。今だ！クライマックス！
Now I killed the scavengers. Let me think of a reason. to make myself look more awful. That would do. Alright, time to go to the next scene.
これで終幕。この茶番劇楽しめた？
Did we lose him? Looks like it. I don't see any behind us. After running for a long time, the forest of monsters are finally gone. At least for the time being. The central purification filters were a form of hope that people in the post-pandemic age lived on. That are lighthouses that lead Babylonia to recapture Earth. Several conservation areas have been built around the filter towers, carrying the hopes of many that still wandered in the Earth. Facilities at the base of the tower entwined by mysterious vines. Yet after standing in the wind and rain for decades, the white paint on the tower still remains clearly visible. Central Purification Filter 40. We made it. I cannot help but take another 2 steps forward. While by looking up, you can see the tower in its entirety. Looks like the tower. Wait, where'd that bastard go? Are you trying to give our position away to all those monsters? No, our guy's missing. Roma. Looks like we got separated when we ran away. Looks like he's a goner. Could barely stand on his own feet. Guess those monsters tore him to pieces. It's me. Don't shoot. Holy crap. You made it out alive. I thought you were... I know the forest like the back of my hand, so... Were those the monsters you were referring to? Yeah. I warned you guys, didn't I? I normally don't encounter them the way I go. And if I do, they just crawl around and don't attack. I've never seen so many. Do you know where the entrance to the CPF is? Yeah, I do. The front door won't open though. We have to go into an air vent. Hurry, let's go in. Those monsters are swarming the outside the tower. Hear that? We're all here. Let's go. Lead the way, Mr. Guide. What's the matter? I'm not gonna hit you. Forget it. That tower sure is tall. Hey Cortez, we're like the protagonists in that movie Zack likes, aren't we? Going through that damn forest and encountering those damn monsters in search of something that might not even exist in the damn tower. No way we're the protagonists. The protagonists are out saving the world. No one cares about our story. And a B-rated movie might be better than our current lives. But at least some people will see us fighting to survive. This time, none of them are aware that they stepped foot onto a stage for a performance that had been planned long in advance. The spectators gazing from the chaos deep inside the tower, to the winding vines that entangle the forest and the vacant eyes of the hetero creatures. Damn, 40%? God damn. Oh, no, yeah, right, because it is supposed to be like 10 sections. Right. Hopefully it won't take me that long. CPM. Recording. The impact from the orbital strike has greatly reduced the coverage and concentration of this red tide. But these losses are negligible because that thing has appeared deep beneath the scorched earth. The impact of discovering such a thing is no less than the moment I found the heterocore. At first I didn't even fully comprehend what that thing was. It's like a revelation. Affirmation by long persistence. Although it shares the same characteristics as the hetero creature incubators, it's been completely different inside. I call it the mother. It seems that their Meister is very interested in this new discovery. As one of the rewards for trading with them, I got a helpful assistant. She has a keen knowledge of hetero creatures and is an intelligent candidate for ascension. Using her intellect, I found an incubation method to ensure that mother can unleash its full power. Cinderella calls it maternal love, the protective instinct of human mothers toward their children. She then informed me to stay into mother. Mother has been an excellent incubator. Seems human emotions are completely useless. Maybe my previous directions were mistaken. For this reason, I am simulating a special intervention to observe how emotion will affect Mother internally. Unfortunately, I do not understand emotions. The data provided by Cinderella is too unitary. I need more human specimens. Attack low-risk human specimens must be introduced into the area where the test subject is located through non-combative means. It's no easy feat. Besides, the surrounding areas have been scorched by an orbital strike. As a result, humans avoid the area out of fear. I must admit, Roland is far more capable in this regard. It's a pity that after the battle with the Polyphash, I lost contact with Roland. I presume he's already become nourishment for the Red Tide. It seems that this experiment can only be carried out where the highly differentiated unit is located. I released rumors to lure people to Puglia by taking advantage of humans' desire for gains. Just like how we spread the Red Tide's gospel. Ah, okay. So that's why I was like there were multiple areas like that. So this is what Gabriel had been doing in his time ever since Fake Ascension. Until we reunited with him later, where we first met Vonnegut. Let these humans who are still struggling on Earth today witness the will of the punishing virus. Having made their way to the exposed ventilation duct, the scavengers are crawling slowly inside the narrow dark space. After following Rolmo around and around for the umpteenth time, they finally find their way out of the ventilation duct. Over there! Supply crates! The stairs down were destroyed by overgrowth, so they had to cling to the edge and gradually climb down by using the bare vines. Right as Beatty is about to reach the bottom, the vine snaps under his weight, causing him to fall to the ground. The broken vine begins to writhe like a worm. Suddenly, the red plant rapidly regenerates from the severed vine. Paired with the branches of ordinary vines or plants, this weird twisted thing is more like the tentacle of a mollusk. Beatty screams and dumps the plant in his hand. He takes out the gun that's been hanging on the side of his bag. What the hell is this thing? Seems like the vine is mutated, just like the plants in the forest. If their suspicions are correct, destroying it will only increase the punishing concentration, just like those monsters. Earth's corrupted? Now, I've had enough. Rolmo. Yeah, I'm here. Are there any of the monsters we saw in the tower too? I don't know. If I find out you're lying... Quiet. Looks like we're not alone here. Walks around the pile of supply crates and discovers a person quietly sitting in the corner behind the crates. Rather, it wasn't a person. Instead, the corpse is leaned up against an empty supply crate. Its skull has been pierced by a branch, and its mouth hangs motionlessly agape. Its gate hands were in an empty grip, as if they were holding something tightly before they died. Hey, watch out for the plants. It's okay. It's not moving. Not finding anything, Beatty turns over the backpack that fell to the side, then shakes his head and throws it back. The identifiable corpse is nothing that can be deemed useful. Nothing. Looks like there have been at least 3 other groups that came here before us. I see 3 different kind of bullet holes, new and old. Looks like there was a firefight here. Some lucky bastard didn't make it out. Check the area. See if we can turn up anything useful. We can't go home empty-handed. The other 3 nod. Bending their weapons, they spread out in opposite directions without having to say a single word. Huh? A book. Looks like a religious text. The story of Genesis, Eden, the Tree of Life. Why are you always so obsessed with weird stuff? Take only the things that are really useful, Cortez. Don't forget our rules. I know. This area's clear. I didn't find anything. How about you guys? I found 2 boxes of military rations and a box of pistol ammo. Looks like they belong to the ground troops. They were hidden out of sight. I almost missed them. Zach, see something? Doesn't mean to hear what Beatty has said. Zach, you okay? Say something. Until Beatty walks up to him and pats him. Does he slowly turn his head? His face contorts into a strange expression as he points to the area that he's been observing. That's the ventilation shaft at the bottom of the tower, which hasn't been damaged by branches and vines yet. I'm not mistaken, it's barely noticeable, but I think the tower is still in operation. Still in operation? What? But hasn't this place been abandoned for ages? I thought I saw a red light on top of the tower, which means it's in operation. But I couldn't see it clearly with all the fog from the forest. I thought it was just my imagination. But I'm almost positive this tower's still in operation. But why? What was that? Following the sudden vibration, the facilities in the tower flash with a red warning light. In the dark recesses of the air vent, thick branches break the fan and attack Zack. Warning. External damage to the CPF filter or CPF detected. Damage rate of 50%. 60. Punching virus filtration will deactivate at 90. Please follow the instructions to evacuate the tower in only fashion. Inside the vent, he hears the demonic cacophony of restless stirring and grinding teeth. Suddenly, countless header creatures break through the vent and begin pouring out. Fuck! We need to get the hell out of here. Run! No time to shoot. There's too many of them. It's too dangerous down below. Head to higher ground.
道具をどう使うのか見せてもらおう。
Alright, I'm staying back to clean the stage as always. Not affected by wind? What a hassle. If an extra can't listen to the director's instructions, there's no doubt that he'll be fired. Ah, damn. I actually messed up. Damn. Well, I mean, to be fair, I haven't actually fought this part where it's like, I actually get affected by it. Oh, come on. How many more of these are gonna show up? Ah, damn it, it's just because I went to the edge of the area. Shit, I didn't think that counted. That was just if I hit the fan. But then again, I guess it is supposed to be pushing me there. Oh, I see. That's red energy. Let's be more careful.
どこへ逃げるつもり？真の叫びをもっと聞かせてよ。
Push it.
痛いな。
Oh, come on.
観客の皆様がじっと見てるよ。今だ、クライマックス。
No. Nope. Remarkable. Maybe those humans can survive longer. Anyway, let me deal with the problem at hand. That boy. Of course there's one more. Son of a bitch.
どこへ逃げるつもり？
Come on.
真の叫びをもっと聞かせてよ。今だ。クライマックス。
Okay. Come on, get over here. There.
どこへ逃げるつもり？ どこへ逃げるつも
There we go. Okay. Finally got it like the third
り？
one.
これで終幕。この茶番劇楽しめた？
The airtight valve is tightened under the joint force of 4 people. Scavengers in the compartment at the periphery of the tower gasping for air. This doesn't mean that the Hydra plans to stop their assault anytime soon. They hear a loud crashing against the door like a drum from hell. Small vines wound their way through a crack in the door, continuously deforming as if trying to use their own volume to pry open the door. Damn it. Are these beings sentient? What the hell is going on in this tower? Those damn plants. They're using the punching virus to erode the tower. Looks like those plants we saw along the way weren't really plants after all. They were mutated by the PV just like those things in the Red Tide. I should have realized this sooner. Watch your footing! Peter quickly pulls Cortez, who was about to fall due to a loose steel plate under his feet, and drags into the platform where a more stable ledge. Thanks. It's on the ground and gasps for air. Sitting next to him, Rolmo notices that something had fallen besides Beatty's foot. You guys dropped this. He takes the bag from Rolmo, opens it, looks at its contents, and tosses it back. Hey, you dropped your raisins. I told you a million times those aren't raisins. They're hydrangea seeds. Hydrangea? It's a new variant we developed. The stem is high rigidity. Won't droop under the weight of too many flowers, unlike the common blue hydrangea. It's more resistant to pests. Why are you carrying that? I promised my daughter that I would grow her the most beautiful blue hydrangea. Layer after layer, different shades of blue. Displaying I fill in the garden of our future home with them. This is my research, or rather, last fruits of my research. We can't even find a safe place to live, and here you are talking about planting flowers for your daughter. Where's your daughter now? When we went out to look for supplies, the city was attacked by corrupted. My daughter went missing. When I got back, all I saw were ruins and corpses. Seedlings I wanted so desperately to plant with my daughter were also destroyed. I looked everywhere, but I never found her. I later heard she was rescued by ground forces, but how many casualties the army suffered, I don't know how many people are still alive. I haven't been able to find anyone else in the ground forces. Wherever they appear, it's likely to be a battlefield. We can't always run the risk of getting too close. After such a long time, I was about to give up. But I heard that people consider separated family members in the Red Tide, so I insist on going despite Zack objecting. When I got there, I didn't find her. I even caused. That's all in the past. The more important thing is that we're still alive. You should be happy you didn't see your daughter in it. There's nothing good about the Red Tide. Maybe you can ask about your daughter when we get to the conservation area. Don't give up. And I heard there's a place in the conservation area for growing crops. You have a stable and safe place to call home. Then you can make your daughter's wishes come true. If we can even get out of this place alive, that is. Let's go. This ain't the first time we had our lives on the line. Someone hesitates for some time, unsure what to say. If the sudden roar interrupts Rama. Steel frame overhead grunts as if being pushed by brute force. The whole tower shakes violently for the rapid growth of plants. It seems the time within the tower is being fast-forwarded. Unprecedented plant growth caused the floors to crack from erosion. Fading plants begin to gradually pry open the sealed iron door. Behind you! Romo looks back hurriedly to see that the previous closed elevator doors are now teeming with tiny scarlet vines, like nerves and blood vessels spreading on the wall. A split second later, the elevator opens quietly. All happens within the blink of an eye. It's like cursing him at the branches, but doesn't show out of fear of shooting Romo. Struggling refugee is dragged to the edge of the elevator. Romo latches on the elevator door, which isn't fully open. This is a deep elevator shaft extended to the depths below. Run upstairs, you fools! Before he can finish the sentence, Vine pulls him down into the shaft. What do we do now? You heard him. Get to higher ground. It's a race of great disparity in strength. Losing their guide, the scavengers have to move on their own. For them, this long CPF that brings hope to people, but a cave of evil beasts. A place where all fears and disasters are bred. Corruption. There's a slight gust of wind from the elevator shaft. The steel frame creaks with the tension of a chain blade as a figure with a great cloak slowly descends. He takes off his hood that's been covering his head, shakes his messy long hair, and gives a curtain call to the petite figure sitting in the room. Mission complete. Are you satisfied with my performance, miss? Guardian, yep, you almost hit beat. Yo, what's up, Guardian? Yeah, I'm pretty hyped to see what goes on. That's why I'm doing this stream today, so it's like, hopefully I can get closer to at least chapter 20 before I start making Daybreak the next streams that I do on Saturdays officially. Hopefully I can do it. At least I think I should be able to. If I'm at least going at this pace. I would appreciate it if you could make my exit more dignified. With your ability, Roland, you can leave at any time without my help. Sorry, I can help making things more dramatic. Is that how it is? I see. This is the location closest to the CPF centrifuge array, as well as the central hub underground. The real mother grows and incubates here. Cinderella gets transformed into a greenhouse and into the underground waterway. The terminal composed of multiple monitors is pieced together in the center of the greenhouse. Each screen displays different images. Images contain entangled vines, damaged facilities, wandering meadow creatures, and the dead bodies, quietly drawing into gaps between plants. Most of them are static images. Only a few in the middle show signs of human activity. The monitors constantly change as they follow the group's movements from different angles. A peculiar waveform accompanied with data is displayed in the upper right corner of each image. So confirming the changes of numbers and waveforms, the heterohive mother is separated by the glass on the other side and occasionally sends out violent fetal movements. Impressive! You got quite the knack for capturing the perfect angle. If this was the golden age, I'm sure you'd win an award for the best director. Mother sees everything. The entire CBF, and even the surrounding forest, has become an extension of its senses. Did Romo fall down the elevator? The elevator shaft where all the strange plants. Freddy's already. Look, they're worried about me. Looks like I've still got it in me. Variables have been introduced into the experiment. Beginning observation. The gray surveillance video, the knotted branches suddenly split and the red abscesses resemble gelatinous eyes. These exposed red spheres rotate from time to time among the branches, which find the shadows of everything happening inside the tower. These eyes will relay what they see to Mother. Your mission is complete. Will these guests be helpful to your research? Mother's incubation rate has steadily increased due to stimulation from outside the CPF and the changing mental state of the humans inside it. The final transformation will complete in approximately 4 hours. After that, incubation will begin. Now that we're almost done, I've got a question about this Mother. What's going to hatch out of her? This is Gabriel's unfinished business. I don't fully understand it, but I'll continue this research based on the information he left behind. Gabriel. It's a pity that Alpha finally got the best of him. Even if his memory shell was more intact, I don't think it's possible to recover all that data. I watch his every move while he tinkered with those hetero creatures, so I know the details of his experiment. I was thinking, if you tell me about Mother, I'll fill you in on the details. We're in this together, you know. I think it's a fair trade. Speaking of which, I've seen Gabriel repair Hero creatures broken beyond recognition. His skill and technology really amazes me. Der Meister told me a story. A group of greedy adventurers awoke a slumbering demon while stealing the treasure in its lair underground. When the demon woke up, he saw the humans were weak and greedy, decided to reshape the world. Oh? I see. So these actors are playing the role of those adventurers. Everything in this tower is a play for Mother. Is that right? As for me, I'm also an actor in this performance. Correct? Der Meister's exact words were, "Let Mother witness humanity's potential." He said you are the hunter now. That I really need to thank him for looking at it from my perspective. Perhaps it would be easier to just show you Gabriel's recordings. A sequence of records broadcast on the monitor contain the entirety of data from Gabriel's discovery of the Hetero creature shards, all the way to his seizing of functionality. Damage sustained by Alpha, frame critical condition. Failed readings of attack 0. Neural circuit losing functionality. Switching to backup memory block. Memory circuit still intact. Properly analyzed, complete experimental records can be recovered. So I'll no longer see the punishing virus's final answer. What a pity. Fortunately, as long as their Meister upholds his promise, my unfinished business will continue. I've marked the location of Mother. Cinderella will pick up where I left off. Witnessing my body being dismantled once more, I suddenly came to understand that before I became an assailant, no, even before that, how to define data that has occupied this memory shell before gaining sentience. A bottle of alcohol broken over my body, a cigarette burning against my skin. My head was trampled to the dirt repeatedly, and I could only trouble another's laughter. Something broke the shackles of my programming. Hopeless, living, unwilling, insanity. Even now, these meaningless things occupy my neural circuit. Useless memory data that has been deleted somehow finds its way back into my memory shell. But it's too late to find out the cause of this error. Time's running out. Dedicating myself to the Ascension Network. These are my last words. This is all the data Gabriel left behind. Stubborn bastard up until the very end. The real accumulation of the punching virus's will. Seems like the things in this Mother are far more troublesome than the Terragata Queen. Honestly, I can't say I'm too fond of this. Good thing Babylonians got their hands full for the time being. Now's a good time to proceed with our work while they're distracted. Roland seems to gloat at their misfortune. His narrowed gaze is like a surging undercurrent in the depths of a tranquil pool. Now it's your turn to provide details on Gabriel's experiment not mentioned in the recordings. Of course. I'm a man of my word. Speaking of which, what were Gabriel's last words? This is the selection of a higher will. Time is running out. The real culmination of the punishing virus will soon come into being. Sophia's opened its eyes amid the chaos. Looks like this place should be okay. Wonder if Olmo's alright. I don't think anyone could survive falling from that height. We've seen our fair share of death along the way, haven't we? Don't let this get to you. We're still alive. That's what matters the most. But now the problem is, how do we get out of here? Those plants have completely blocked our way in, so we can't possibly go back the way we came. Now we gotta find a new way out. Those damn plants have blocked the evacuation route. The only way is to destroy the plants from the outside. If those things can even be called plants. Let's blow this abomination straight to hell. Normal plants can't possibly grow that fast, can they? Cortez, you're the botanist here. What do you say? They just look like plants, but in Internally, they're the same as the monsters created by the punishing virus. And from the way they move, they're more like appendages rather than plants. In other words, we can't just destroy them. Correct. Damaging them will just release the higher concentration of PV, which we're not equipped to deal with. We're also running low on ammo. We'll run out of ammo before we can even put a dent in them. We haven't even managed to scrounge up supplies either, despite the number of bodies. Ultimately, it was my decision to come here. My poor judgment got us into this mess. I'll get you guys out of here, no matter what. If the emergency exit is blocked, we'll have to try to leave through the main entrance. Now that it's closed, we'll have to find a central control room and open it from there. If the structure of each filter tower is basically the same, the central control room is usually located in the middle of a tower. After all, it's in the name. But we can't use the elevator, so it's up to us. When we were going through the previous area, I noticed that the ladder we climbed should mean we're in the lower part of the tower. If we want to get to those stairs on the upper level, we'll have to go through this access corridor. Now that we have our target, let's go. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Gotcha. Fish-shaped monsters with faint fluorescence roam the dark access corridor. Hiding behind the giant machinery off in the distance, the scavengers clench their weapons instinctively. What should we do? We have to go through here to get to the other side. With this many of them, we got our work cut out for us. Even if we use all we got, we'll only hold out for half a minute. Want to try forcing our way through? That's gonna be tough. Our only option is to try explosives. Wait, would that blow up the corridor too? You underestimate the structural stability of the CPFs. It would take a lot more than a few explosives to do that. Roger. Wait, looks like some kind of deep sea fish. Zach, remember those red-tide monsters we ran into from before? They have similar forms as the animals and behave like them. It's flying insects and scorpions. We used fluorescent rods to attract their attention and escape from the sewer. In this, Zach put the explosive back in his bag and turns to look at Cortez, suddenly excited by the stroke of genius. So what do you suggest? And those fish-like monsters also imitate the behavior of animals, not likely have the same habits as deep sea fish. But there's almost no light down at ocean depths. Many deep sea fish have abandoned their eyes through evolution. Some have eyes, but they no longer work. That's to say they're blind. They don't use their eyes to judge the position of their prey. They locate them using sound waves. So, as long as we can make noise to distract their attention and cover our movement, we should be able to clear a corridor this length in about 8 seconds. You're right. You mean we still need this thing? Yes, but we need to be careful where to throw it. How about over there? Points to the energy pipeline at the fork. It's a little far from the corridor, so if it's detonated over there, the monsters on all 3 sides will be drawn to it. The chain reaction from igniting the pipeline should also give them some added time, allowing them to run to the other end of the corridor. Ready? On the count of 3. As soon as Zach finishes counting down, he tosses the explosive in an arc toward the pre-designated location. As soon as it lands, Beardy shoots it with his marksman precision. Then with deafening sounds, the explosion of the energy pipeline causes a burst of sound waves. Run! Light for the explosion illuminates the corridor, and the scavengers rush forward at the moment of the explosion. Before the end of the vibration and sound generated by the explosion, they successfully step on the platform at the other end of the corridor. embers up any explosion, the severed vines begin to connect. Red light spots extended downward along the lines. These opened its eyes amid the chaos. Not bad. Their seamless cooperation reminds me of teams from Babylonia. Everyone's good at some things and bad at others, but when they work together, they're more than the sum of their parts. It's enough to give you a headache. The threat level of the scavengers is minimal. It's hard to say. You shouldn't underestimate anyone who can survive in such a hostile environment. That Meister of yours often refers to this as humanity's potential, no? However, I didn't expect to lure in people who know so much about the relics of the post-pandemic age. I'm curious, how far will they make it? What do you think, Cinderella? Want to make a bet? Normally, people turn against each other at this point, like supplies, disagreements, fear, anxiety, suspicion, and even emotional disputes. It's meaningless. I only care about the state of Mother. Okay. Expect nothing less from Gabriel's pupil. I feel like we've had this conversation before. I thought a change of scenery would be entertaining, but it's just as boring as before. Show me how long you can struggle. It's not every day that I get to see you acting differently. Keep me entertained for at least a little while, alright? Center of the show, or not? We made it! And at the limits, the scavengers stand in front of the doorway. A distinct nameplate with the word CCR written on it hangs at the open door. Is this what we're looking for? I didn't expect to find it. Seems like there aren't many monsters here. Maybe because we're on such a high floor? Maybe the monsters can't climb stairs. Or maybe we're just lucky. CPF's earlier serial codes are just often prototypes. The government feared a PV leak or that the technology wasn't fully developed. So they were often built in less populated areas. To get smaller in scale, the interior hasn't been fully optimized. The central control room is the most important place in the tower, so it's relatively easy to find. Entering the room, Zack smells a dusty, stale odor, indicating that the room had been opened. His eyes smell a sense of hatred towards the vehicle it's separated from. It's just a console causing the interface to light up. Looks like it's still working. His hand trembling slightly with excitement. His hand on the console slowly exhales. You work on that. I'll go see if we can find anything else in the room. Zack nods, then begins inside the complex control system. First, I need to locate the fire door at the entrance. Do I need to input a command? Damn it! Where the hell am I supposed to find the commands? They were probably said ages ago. Guess I'll see if I can at least open a side door. Wait. The last time this control system was activated, it was during the end of the post-pandemic age. Since the door to the tower was never opened, why is it still running? There hasn't been anyone to maintain the centrifuge array. There's no way it should still be in operation. What's going on here? If the tower still functions normally, there shouldn't be so many hetero creatures here. What's wrong? Your face is pale. Something's not right with this tower. That's for sure, pal. Look around all these plants and monsters. Of course there's something going on here. No, that's not it. I thought this tower was started recently. That's what the operation log states. But the control system shows that it was last activated during the post-pandemic age. So how was the tower activated? Who can bypass the control authentication here and start the tower? This tower has been in operation for at least 2 months. Something wrong with that? To put it plainly, the CPF is a super large air conditioner. The operation of a centrifuge array, the filter tower can separate gases with different densities, allowing it to pull the PV from the air and transfer it to the filter element at the base of the tower. Therefore, it's necessary to do routine maintenance on the centrifuge array and clear the filter once it's reached max concentration. Generally, CPFs in areas with larger populations need to have routine maintenance once a month due to the air quality. But even CPFs in floors can't go 2 months without maintenance. But the punishing concentration here was low. We can still breathe here safely. Oh. Wow. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, because, again, it's like, this whole time, they, and even us, have been able to go here without, like, the same protective suits like the ones Nidhart needed when, she had gone to, make some changes to Gestalt or whatever back then. So why isn't that the same here? Is someone maintaining it? Impossible. It's too complicated. Each step needs to be carried out strictly according to special instructions. Even the slightest error can lead to disastrous results. We can't joke around with the lives of everyone who lives within a 12-kilometer radius. I get it now. No, I've been meaning to ask how you know all this. I know that you're a mechanical engineer, but I didn't know that you used to work in CPFs. Was mechanical engineer. So what, you're telling me that either Gabriel or Vonnegut maybe also worked for them back then? Like on CPFs? Because again, it's like, even if they are a higher life form, it's like still being able to know how to like function all this kind of stuff. That would be in the realm of just human knowledge, right? Because at least when it comes to Ascension, it's like they've undergone through that transformation, so that's what they should know alone. Unless you're telling me they somehow captured someone who knows how to use it. I didn't participate in the construction of any tower. I just had to maintain the centrifuge array once since no one wanted to go near it. After all, it's not easy to maintain it. Any mistake will lead to infection. It's nothing but bad news. The only reward was a Nutri-Stick, a prospect I was just taking advantage of. If that's the case, where is the filtered punching virus going? That's the problem. Oh, I see. That's how they were able to let Mother grow. She's absorbing it through the filter. The plants and monsters we saw on the way here. I don't think things are that simple. It's like press a few buttons on the terminal, the projection screen suddenly lights up showing an image. Given beauty was no knowledge of the CPF can see the seriousness of the situation. It was just covered with red warnings and data. What's this? Image is an indecipherable 3D model. Looks like a heart, but also an egg of some kind of creature. Countless red cables just stretch out from it, each with a high concentration of PV. Cables look eerily familiar to the scavengers. An uncanny resemblance to the umbilical cords of the humanoid creatures in the forest or the plants in the cracks of the tower. These umbilical cords are like pipelines of energy supply, providing this thing with PV. The punishing virus we should have been sent to the filter element through the centrifuge array. It's being redirected into whatever the hell this thing is. I see. So that's why this was the best thing, because it was always absorbing it, right? Because that's what we also heard about before, that punishing virus could be absorbed. And that was a significant thing, because it's like maybe it could be absorbed into something else, but that's what they were using as a means to collect all the energy in a short amount of time from Mother. Zach clenches his fist on the console even tighter. This level of concentration. But as his voice trembles, he doesn't even dare to look at the alarming data. Holy shit! We're done for! Compared to the Red Tide, this is a whole new level! What's the progress bar? He points to it at the bottom of the screen. 89.6%? Yo, what's up, Enixomi? Thanks for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you had a good day so far. Perhaps when it's full. If they can't get the answer, they know that when the progress bar is full, nothing good will happen. What should we do? We can handle one or two header creatures, but this looks completely out of our league. Should they escape and act like they didn't see anything? Exchange just glances, apparently all thinking the same thing. The existence of something like this is a huge threat. We can't just let it go. Besides, the conservation area we're going to isn't far from here. Help. Call for help. This tower was built by the world government. There must be a communication system, an alarm system, and a special emergency frequency. If we can send a message, even if it's a radio signal, even if Babylonia's army doesn't receive it, as long as someone can receive it, someone might come to the rescue. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? I'll give it a try. Look at them trying to call for help. They have no idea that we can see all their running, hiding, struggling, and even trying to call for help crystal clear on the monitors. Look at the scavenger with a serious look at the screen. Roland laughs heartily. His eyes are not smiling at all. His eyes are only deep, complicated emotions. He hears a distant noise in his mind. Quietly dusting off an old roll of film and playing it again. Of course I do. First the screen went black. After that the cameras kept changing, but I saw everything. You're running and looking for a place to hide, and ending up in a conference room. I saw the whole crisis. Won't shake his head, forcing himself to recover from the chaos of noise. Scavenger's on-screen performance continues. Anxiously checking the large operation panel in the central control room, trying to find a way to contact the ground force of Babylonia. The filter signal and lawn has been jammed. No one will hear their desperate cries for help. Scavengers in the image seem to realize this. Standing around the console, their faces pale as a ghost. Well, at least they are being smart about it, because true, it's like, even if they could get to the conservation area, it could practically go off like a bomb of PV. That would not be good at all. But we've seen this look of despair countless times in helpless constructs and helpless humans. And what else is on their face? Anyway, please call the police ASAP. I'd say this attempt at boosting audience participation is a bit ham-fisted. Do you really know what real is? For just a moment, Roland still feels the pain tearing his stomach, feeling a nausea that he had buried deep in the depths of his soul a long time ago. It was as fleeting as an illusion, but at the same moment it was clear as day. His feelings that he thought he would not resurface, the ghost of the abandoned house being haunted again one by one with the progression of the performance. His feelings become stronger and stronger and they can no longer be ignored. Good show. Jolly good show. He smiles with a slight grimace and jumps off the stack of old machinery and walks to the door. But watching these are dreadfully boring. I'm going to find a place to sleep. For it leaves, he glances back at the rusty schematic of the tower hanging on the wall and the location of the hidden fire exits. Generally speaking, the audience isn't allowed on stage. There's always an exception. Central control room, the three scavengers are slumped underground. Things aren't looking good. I've tried everything, but I can't start the gate using the central control system here. We can't send a distress signal, now we can't even open the door. Impossible. There's gotta be another way, right? We're so close to the conservation area. With fatigue, Beauty drags himself over and grabs Zach's clothes with his trembling hands. He's repeating his question. The short smile is disappearing from his face. It seems that some string that has been stretched tight for a long time is finally about to break. No one responds. Central control room is almost maddeningly silent. The determinate hiss of the CPF being strangled by the plants outside knocks at their hearts. The projection screen is still lit. The progress bar reading is still growing. No. It's not over yet. Punishing virus. Corrupted. This is all they're doing. Damn it! As his father's strength had been pulled away, he holds onto the console for support. But his eyes are transfixed on a bright red color in the projection screen. Just because of an oversight before I went to sleep. I didn't notice that mechanical abnormality. No, that's because I've been lying. Hell, I'm still lying to myself. I said, how can my machines be infected with an organic virus? Is that just a common malfunction? I had a mechanical abnormality and I didn't report it. When I woke up, I opened the door. All the machines I was familiar with now had red eyes. Their bodies stained with red blood. The anomaly I should have paid more attention to haunted my family. On the entire block. Zach, calm down. CPFs are machines built to protect people. The conservation area was built around the CPF. Countless refugees were reunited under the tower. Mechanic engineers built these towers. How could we let these disgusting monsters act so recklessly? page displays the number and status of various groups of centrifuges. I'm going to destroy the tower's centrifuge array. Cut off power, put a stop to the CPF. Even if we can't destroy the monster, we can at least prevent that progress bar from increasing. The CPF should be a hope for humanity, not a lair for those monsters. Piecing alarm begins to echo throughout the entire tower. Metrics and oscillograms on the screen have changed significantly. This reading is never afraid. Progress bars is about to come to an end. Stop slowly and buzz it repeatedly with a warning sign. At 4.5%. At 3.9. 5. And the reading starts to slowly retreat. Mother. The moment she sees the reading beginning to retreat, Cinderella's dark golden pupils suddenly shrink. She immediately looks towards the head of her mother, which was previously in a stable state and is now crying. After the scarlet umbilical cords lost their supply of punishing virus, they fall on the ground like a rapidly withering and rotting plant. The remaining red umbilical cords, hungry for more nutrients, slowly crawl with Mother to the place with the highest punishing concentration. Mother is starving because of them. The centrifuge arrays. 4 of them are already irreparable. Why? This promise never occurred in previous experiments. They were hurting Mother. No, I can't let this happen. The variable factors in the experiment need to be screened out. She gently sings a lullaby. The lullaby is calm and long, as near the stacked steel frames and iron pipes. The creatures hiding in the dark as if having obtained some alignment and go in a certain direction under guidance of Cinderella. Mother needs more space for delivery. Cinderella commands the heteroplans that have penetrated through the cracks to rip open the ceiling. Cross-shaped light projects onto Mother. As the cracks widen, Cinderella can now see what's above as Mother gradually moves in that direction. You've gotta be joking. Despite all the hetero creatures they had seen along the way, none frightened them as much as the scene in front of scavengers. On the glass wall in front of the central control room, they can see the scene inside the CPF. Like a faint skylight at the top of the tower illuminates the base floor, which had been eroded by the heteroplants. Sturdy solid vines break open the floor to form a hatch. A huge black shadow appears from deep within the darkness. Something rises gradually on the branches and vines. Is that it? I didn't expect him to be hiding under the CPF. Is it climbing outside because it can't absorb energy from the centrifuge array? This is only the beginning. Lois' hand quickly operates the control terminal. Switches from his forehead and falls on his trembling hands, which does nothing to impede his work. I need to violate each safety protocol one by one. Never thought I'd see such a day, but... Error. Centrifuge array in Sector C deactivated. Who could have thought that doing such a thing would end up helping humanity resist the punishing virus? As Mother begins to rise, the vines become more aggressive and continue to bang at the door of the central control room. Combat this, quite as indeed, he barricaded the door with heavy objects. Both of them slumped on the floor with their backs against the heavy objects and looked to Zack, who's hurriedly working in front of the console. He looks like he's recovered his usual appearance and smiles bitterly at his empty gun. Now we really had no way back, Zack. Hey, Beardy. These flower seeds will grow if I ingest them. You're always calling me an idiot, but turns out you're the real idiot. I might not know much about plants, but I do know that burying a body under a flower patch burns their roots. I just feel sorry that I couldn't make my daughter's wish come true. If I die, I just hope I don't see her there. I hope that she's alive. She lives to see when dawn on a new day comes. Given how long it's been since you've seen her, if she's still alive, she should be all grown up by now. Cortez takes out a photo tightly wrapped in clear plastic from his breast pocket and he strokes it. Doing so, the small bag of seeds is squeezed out and falls gently on the floor. Cortez doesn't pick it up. The yellow photo, the girl with white hair and pink clothes, looks like a gentle flower. She gives the camera a bright smile. She's my pride and joy. Sorry. If I hadn't insisted on coming here, you wouldn't. No point talking about such useless things at a time like this. We all know that we couldn't have reached the conservation area with the supplies we had. Obviously, you can't leave us. At least we'll die fighting. let alone against the entire tower of Header creatures. Just making for one hell of a movie. We'd be the heroes. Even now, Beanie tries his best to liven the mood. Even because this is the role he's always played in the team. Maybe he simply doesn't want his partner's sad expressions to be his last memories they die together. Yeah, you're right. He's even someone to play the role of pulling out his daughter's picture right before he dies. Got all the roles covered. Zack chuckles. Closes his hand, swallows the guilt in his eyes, and looks back at the projector screen. Good. Looks like the centrifugal ray in Sector D is also... His abdomen feels ice cold at first, followed by intense heat and agonizing pain. Closes his head slowly, sees a scarlet branch protruding from his abdomen. All this happened so suddenly that no one noticed branches emerging from the small vents in the ceiling. In the intense pain for the stab wound in his abdomen, Zack can no longer support himself. Quarter serum! Here. Ways to take it, the serum up from his bag. Don't. It's no use. Don't waste it. But you, I've had it coming. Is that it? To the glass, the giant indescribable shell rises up to the height of the central control room. It appears as the highest it can reach. The dark shell tightly wraps the soft red underbelly. While later, the barricaded door smashed open by some immense force. Outside, you see a pale girl floating, around her being hoisted in the air. Half-broken wing stretches out from behind her. The girl's golden pupils are like a bottomless haze devoid of emotion. Please stop hurting Mother. Please stop interfering with the tower. Mother is about to go through the most crucial stage. I can't let her be in danger at this time. You should have come to help incubate Mother. Instead, you hurt it. This is an unforgivable sin. With her light, gentle tone, the pale and thin girl looks vulnerable, but the scavengers knew the moment the door was torn open that she's no ordinary human. Now please, turn to a bouquet of red flowers for Mother. She delivers them the most cruel death sentence in every most gentle tone. As Cinderella points her finger at the scavengers, the giant hole is blown out of the wall beside her with a sudden bang. Scrap metal and cement fly past her. Response, she quickly commands her fish, allowing her to escape unharmed. However, the sudden blast interrupts her attack. Oops, sorry. My aim was a little off. I didn't hurt you, did I? Looks like my aim has suffered from being so weak right now. Roland, I'm fine. Please be more careful next time. Good. I didn't miss the climax, did I? They hurt Mother and hindered their Meister's plan. They have to pay the price. Looks like they're already scared out of their wits. Think I can have a word with them? Thank you so much. What a pity. Especially you, Zack. That wound sure looks serious. I'd advise you to leave him behind. You can't escape with him. Aren't you Romo? I'm surprised you recognize me, even as you're about to go unconscious. I'm touched. I was suspicious of you ever since we entered the tower. What? That's the refugee you led us here? Why'd you trick us? I didn't trick you. The forest, the tower, the supplies. Every word I said was the truth. You saw it with your own eyes. I gave you intel and warned you about the intel. But it was ultimately you who made the decision to come here, didn't you? So far, everything was on your own volition. I just led the way. Maybe this is just another layer of his act. You. Don't be angry. What if I said you have a chance to survive? You think we'll believe your lies? Right. My apologies. But I said it wasn't forthright enough. You and you. If you leave Zack here, I'll ensure your safe departure from this place. How does that sound? Cut your bullshit. Even if we die, we will die together. Struggled to lift up Zack, who's nearly unconscious. Stop pretending. I've been with you long enough. It's not like I don't know how much you two want to live. But we're not just going to leave him here to die. I'm just giving you the best option. Why are you making me out to be the villain? Don't worry about me. Hurry. Only you two can survive. This bullshit. We're not leaving you here. Nothing puts the audience at the edge of their seats like you go first. No, I won't leave you. Normally, I wouldn't mind relieving some boredom with this kind of scene, but unfortunately, there's no time for that. Don't you feel the punching vial's concentration rising? That's all thanks to you destroying the centrifuge array. Sighs with regret. Next second, the chain blade flashes a red cold light as he attacks the three scavengers sitting motionlessly on the ground. Two remaining conscious close their eyes and prepare for death. If their anticipated death doesn't come, they around him suddenly become spinning as if they were tied up and fiercely thrown out. They fall into dark stairwell. Cortez feels a cold card in his hand and someone whispering in his ear. Walk along the direction shown in the picture. The basement has access to the outside. By the way, the mess has been cleaned up. Don't be too grateful. The last serum. Ew. He stands by the hole which had been tightly blocked by a collapsed cement block and pats his hands as if he had just completed a warm-up exercise. Why'd you let them go? They were the only variables to have any direct effect on Mother. As you can see, Mother's had an emotional fluctuation similar to fear for the first time. Only when it knows what fear is can we know it's evolving in the right direction. They still haven't left the sensory range of Mother. Don't you want to know what kind of stimulation can be generated by the only surviving variable so far? It'd be a shame to let such precious samples die so soon. Think of it as an encore. I'm also curious to see how far they can make it. It's much more interesting than those dramas in the tower, isn't it? This isn't a part of the plan. Report this to their Meister. Let him make the final decision. As you wish. How's the situation? My negligence resulted in the centrifuge arrays that provided Mother with nutrition being destroyed. Without a constant supply of PV, Mother has grown considerably weaker than before. Without human interference, Mother would have completed the task by now. Is that so? Doesn't show any sign of anger upon hearing the sudden change of events. I tried to repair the centrifuge arrays to ensure that the CPF can complete the final punishing supply despite the low power. Incubation is postponed. Also, under incomplete conditions, the things in the Mother's body may have unpredictable defects. No matter, you've done well. You and Mother have completed your mission with flying colors. And Roland, thank you for your efforts. I'll hold up my end of the bargain. Thank you. Babylonia has found the location of Mother. They've sent their consort forces to investigate. Take all the research materials and evacuate as soon as possible. But I'm afraid that Grey Raven will be joining them. Are you confident you can win without any consumption? Damn, how does he already know about Grey Raven arriving? That's what I mean, it's like he has to have some kind of insider, but I can't imagine who would be. Because even if he could predict, oh, they would need something like that, that wouldn't guarantee it. Maybe the commander, but not the whole team. We have more important matters to tend to. I understand. Good girl. As for your Mother, don't worry. Her time will come. Since the incubation of Mother will be delayed, it's better to have Babylonia's troops be its last guests. Set the stage for the final act. Return to my side and witness it with me. They're saying farewell to Roland, Cinderella immediately returns to the underground greenhouse as instructed by Vonnegut. Cinderella murmurs, the monitoring tower screen goes black. She unplugs the storage device, inserting it into the terminal. Monster's wailing seems to be close at hand. Scavenger's consciousness ebbs and flows into chaos. The pale and dangerous strange girl, the mysterious liar, the wailing from near to far, the pulsating bright red numbers, and the black red light flickering in front of him. Alright, shut down the CPF's power to prevent the monsters from taking it over. Even with the power shut down as much as he could, the monster could not be stopped from growing. After losing most of the punishing supply, River seems to have fallen into temporary chaos while hanging from the top of the tower. However, not only are the hetero plants unable to move, having withered from the loss of nutrients, Zack was unable to move either. Zack's body has decayed too far for him to even stand up. He raises his hand. The festering is spread from his cuffs. Some blood-soaked the cloth wrapped around his hands. Through the gap in his fingers, Scavenger sees the shell off in the distance. The gap in the black shell, a clear outline of a shadow gradually emerges from the red interior. A strange feeling rises in the Scavenger's mind. This kind of vision, just as if there's nothing sticks to his whole body. He feels something staring at him through the chaos. His vision is gradually stained with a bright red. Suddenly it turns dark before him as if the bloody word is covered in dense shadow. There you are. How pitiful. The voice carries the sound of frivolous laughter as if the misery in front of him is something he was used to. Poor human. If only you were a construct, I would have been able to save you. You, Romo. I'm surprised. I didn't think you would be able to tell who I am. Your friends have already left you. Really? You see them. Give them this. Please. They're running low on supplies. If I remember correctly, Cortez is in charge of carrying your group's medical supplies. This one, I kept for myself. We all did. Just in case. So, if we're separated during an incident, we at least know the others will survive. I'm hopeless. They should have taken this while they had the chance. But I'm the villain who deceived you. What makes you think you can believe me? I saw you save them. I don't know why you did it, but you did. There's no hope for me. It's better for you to carry it than for it to rot with me. And I don't have a chance to know what kind of person you really are. Searching for new recruits, many constructs have reached their hand out, much in the same way in desperation to survive before being devoured by the virus. Roland the actor had seen countless tragic plays. Roland the Ascendant has experienced countless tragic realities. This time, Human also reaches out with a strong desire to live, but he's asking to save others instead. Is this a trick to win pity? Does the truth come out in one's dying breath? I just want everyone to live. I just wanted to get as much supplies as possible until we find a place where we can live. A place where Cortez could plant his blue hydrangea, watch them sprout into beautiful flowers. Maybe we could have found out the whereabouts of his daughter in the conservation area. He wouldn't have to wander around because of the virus, get into ridiculous disputes anymore. Beauty wouldn't have to try and cheer us up anymore. Scavenger's voice is so weak it almost disappears among the roar of the tower. You mentioned that movie. Want to know how it ends? The brave knight reaches the top of the tower. He finds out that the place where the secret treasure should have been is empty, and the knight dies of despair. At least, that's how it should have ended. But the lead actor of the film didn't agree with the script. At that time, he was so naive that people laughed at him. He believed that people could achieve happiness on their own accord. He said that reality is bitter enough. Why film a tragedy that will only break the audience's heart? So he convinced the director to change the ending. Right as the knight is about to be engulfed by despair, the god sleeping in the tower finally wakes up. He witnesses the hope, struggle, and despair of the knight, and realizes there is such a powerful force in the hearts of humanity, whom he once viewed as weak. So the god gives humanity the kindling of hope and tells humanity that this disaster would one day pass. That's a better ending. Isn't it ridiculous? He can't even control his own destiny, but he wants to change the fate of a fake character. What's the meaning of this? Meaning? Of course I know it's fake, but I really liked that he never gave up. Isn't that the point of a movie? As long as someone performs a role and people watch it, the role will live on in the hearts of the audience. As long as the feelings at that moment are real, what difference does it make if it's all an act? Zack's entire body is gradually rotting due to the virus. There's a faint smile in the corners of his mouth. Right as his life is drawing to an end, he recalls the distant memories of what he had seen and heard during his journeys. Casually chatting in front of the weathered and broken posters. A movie hiding quietly in his backpack in the afternoons he would watch them with his family. What I've done is absolutely not meaningless. Scavenger's voice is so weak it almost disappears. Too bad I don't have more time to chat with you. I'm not sure if I'll see your friends again, but the serum will play its role as you said. I rarely make promises, but this time you can trust me. Thank you. You're welcome. It's rare for someone to believe me for a change. What an interesting feeling. Usually everyone believes my lies, but nobody wants to believe my truths. Not to mention, consider this as the final gift for the audience who still remembers me. Roland utters the last sentence, which is almost a murmur. The scavenger hears nothing. His hands still hanging out, he stops breathing. A twisted and strange cry comes from all parts of the tower like a nightmare that can never be woken up from. You're still watching? No one answers. Roland quietly drapes the scavenger in his cloak, covering his body and face full of regret. Este no es nuestro final. Rest, my friend. Keep moving, no matter what. Cortez and Beatty support each other as they walk seamlessly in this forest. The CPF behind has been completely occupied by the glowing red plants, becoming a giant tree pointing directly into the sky. White signs that once guided them have been completely covered and they can no longer distinguish the location of the CPF. Somebody's quietly incubating it, waiting patiently to be delivered. The CPF, which was once the hope of scavengers for survival, has become an eternal nightmare in their hearts. The CPF, which was once the hope of humanity for survival, has become a hotbed of human suffering. And now Zack has become a permanent resident of the CPF. These weird deformed figures with the voice of their sacrificed partner squeezes indescribable screams from their throats. They don't want Zack's expectations to go to waste, but no matter how hard they try, this is as far as they can make it. Petey looks at Cortez and takes out their last grenade. Is that necessary? It's clear, Valis. I didn't expect to see you two still alive. Looks like you really opened my eyes. Approaching Mossy is obliterated by a shotgun blast, lassoed by Roland's chain blade and thrown deep into the forest. But on the plus side, at least I get to fulfill a promise. If that didn't work out, I might have been a little disappointed in myself. It's you. I don't think now is the best time to fight, amigo. I'm your savior after all. Where are you off to? There's nowhere else for us to go. Cortez covers his bleeding left hand. His backpack had been lost in the escape. Of course there is. You just need to put your mind to it. This thunderous roar bursts from the sky. A few stars twinkle in that sky. No, those aren't ordinary stars. They're transport crafts. Oh, wait. I think I remember. Yeah, because wasn't it that they said they saved 2 people, I think? Or maybe that was a previous chapter, but I thought they did actually find people. Just since the arrival of uninvited guests, the giant trees behind him unleash a strange roar. But those stars remain unfazed and continue firmly en route to the forest. Like shooting stars. Those are transport crafts from Babylonia? You're right. Now's the time to call for help. The wanderer walks on the desolate battlefield. In front of him is a scorched land filled with disfigured remains of broken weapons. Roar of gunfire, the cries of agony are long gone. Nothing but deranged silence lies here. The source of the disaster was already gone. Burning trees toppled to the ground and craters are filled with bubbling red liquid in its wake. Ah, okay, so this must be like after the Longinus Arsenal was launched. It's impossible to tell whether the liquid soaked in the scorched earth is bodily fluid from hetero creatures or vital fluid from constructs. From blood from humans. The wanderer stops in front of unidentified remains. Nearby wakes up a vial of dirty serum. Smoke looms in the night sky, refusing to disperse. Even the moon is obscured by the thick blanket, leaving only a faint glimmer of silver glow. Staring at the scene, which can only be described as illusion, Will hears a mysterious voice in his mind. It's a distant, cold voice, but with a trace of imperceptible confusion. What kind of world do you want to see? Cole looks back again at the scorched earth he has long journeyed through.
これって本当に悲惨な現実だね。絶望に打ち砕かれて再構築された世界。これが君の見たいものかい？君ならきっとこういうはずさ。それじゃ幕を上げて願い事を叶えに行こう。
Damn. I'll admit, that was actually a really good hidden chapter. I really have to give it to him. Because, again, these might not be named characters, but, again, it just goes to help further the idea that there are ordinary people who are still fighting for survival. And there are still people who believe that helping humanity is more important than just helping yourself. That honestly surprised me, and it was even more interesting to see it from Roland, but given that, again, he is someone who's just lived through lies his whole life, finds it surprising that someone could actually stick to the truth, even in their death, and that it would be a truth that he never even expected. That was honestly a really good side chapter, honestly. Like, it definitely gets high praise from me. Again, but this is what I mean. A lot of this should have been voice acted. It would have been really cool. But again, it is what it is, and these are like earlier chapters too. So anyway, now that we've got that out of the way, 51 for clearance progress. Damn, that's definitely a lot. Alright, surviving Lusum. What everyone's been telling me is peak. What in the fuck is this? Oh, so I had to go through areas. Sunken Scarlet, escaping from Calamity, praying in Doomsday. Whoa. Now I'm curious. Alright, Nightmare of the World. Clear main stage. 17-0. Before to step into the eternal night of death, where a different language embodies, roars one out in the afterburn of dawn. Some people say that life is born from a mother's suffering, that grows up in the accompaniment of torture and is extinguished in sorrow. You simply cannot grow up without sorrow, because the gifts of fate are hidden on both sides of the road of suffering. If you wish to receive such gifts, you must first step on this road. Alas, that is only what some people say. You were a baby about to be born, or someone on the verge of death. Faced with what was to come, or back turn to what had already transpired, what would fill the depths of your heart? Excitement? Or fear? If you could start over, would you choose this life? Is this your first time meeting a stranger who wants a conversation for no reason? No, I never thought about it. I'm just saying you look like someone who thinks about that. If so, hope you not regret this decision. You will regret this. 6:20 p.m. The last transport craft here for a rescue mission crashes and causes a massive explosion. Horde of Hetero creatures rushes off into dense smoke, declaring their victory and humanity's loss of air superiority. Their willingness to release help, a survivor drags his broken leg as he struggles to escape their capture. Oh, right, yeah, because people were trying to rescue us, but they keep getting shot down. Are you nuts? You shouldn't have come here to rescue people. Save your breath and pick up the pace. Though he is being verbally harsh, he does stop for a while to let his companion catch up. He sees the chance to fire bullets. The Hetero creatures come from the sky. Oh wait, no. Actually, this should be after that, because if I remember, they said that I was taken in, and that I'm in like emergency care right now. So I guess this is them just working without me. It's been over a month since the disaster that happened at the Puglia Forest Park Route. Okay, good. Yeah, right. The humans trapped on the surface still have to rely on this method to survive. The escape plan you propose is crazy. There's almost no chance for us to... Still seems in shock as he talks to Lee while trembling. Letting loose here use that external thruster to take care of the paratroopers. This is just... Gets interrupted by a beep from Lee's terminal, but Lee doesn't look down to check that device. Lucy has found a transport vehicle. She's on her way here. How do you know? You didn't even look at it. What if it's a distress signal? She's the captain of Grey Raven. Forget it. After all, she could survive a battle like that. Alright then. Let's proceed onward and rendezvous with her. He doesn't answer. Focuses attention on Hetero creatures flying in the sky and continues in the same direction. We need to get them off our tails before we enter the conservation area. They're still coming this way? Of course. You really shouldn't just go charging into the crash site to save people. Now those bastards around the transport crafts going straight for you. You're the reinforcement sent by Babylonia. You're our comrades. These were Lucia's exact words. If our commander was still conscious, the same would surely be said. So I won't leave you behind either. But I heard there aren't enough medical supplies to treat all the wounded in the conservation area. Before we set out, we had already prepared to sacrifice ourselves to recall. If we spend too many medical supplies, eventually most slightly injured people won't be able to recover. If the rescue falters, more people would die on the battlefield. We didn't come all this way from Babylonia just to be a liability for bases here on the surface. That's not for you to worry about. We'll take you and the other casualty Lucy has brought back to the conservation area for a professional evaluation to assess the necessary provisions. You mean that other member from Grey Raven? Liv? She didn't come here with you? She's staying in the conservation area to help tend to the wounded. She's the only qualified medic there now. We weren't able to get a lot of supplies. We'll at least be able to hold out for a few more days. Had we not saved you, we wouldn't have gotten the supplies secured. People in the conservation area are still waiting for good news from Babylonian reinforcements. Not to mention, saving lives isn't something that requires hesitation. But our surface reinforcement plan has failed once again. The prologue of our nightmare finally concludes as the cry of the Heterohive Mother echoed through the Puglia Forest Park ruins, as the fallen construct since the battle, till the date is hereby disclosed by popular demand. Terrans, Club. Oh my god, that's so many. Holy shit. They held off the disaster with their own flesh and pointed a way to the destruction of the Heterohive Mother. Shape the future of Earth. Mankind will always remember this sacrifice. The explosion blew the highly concentrated punishing fires around that mother everywhere, covering the entire forest park in the ashes of death. When the magnificent life and the longest arsenal finally dissipated, only the charred remains of the Heterite Mother and all the Heterosapiens lurking in the forest were left. 439 constructs are still missing the date. But the punishing virus didn't just disappear like that. The Great Fire didn't stop the violent Hetero creatures and Heterosapiens from running rampant. With the CP40 destroyed, the tower no longer purified the air of the punishing virus, and those things took to the air, fanning the flames of an already dire situation. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot. We did kind of have to do that. Because regardless, we couldn't let Mother reach perfection again. Dedicated to those who sacrificed their lives on the battle. Commandant Hans. City 41 Conservation Area staff. Marshall, Mole, Innocent, Adams House. A total of 27 stranded personnel within 55 kilometers of CPF-40. Stranded personnel outside are not calculated. Calamity spread like wildfire and the punishing virus filled the air. To restore life on Earth, we hope the tragedy of the Great Evacuation won't happen a second time. We shall exhaust all our manpower and transportation capacity to get the victims of this disaster to a safe area farther away from here. The Babylonian citizens have cast their votes, and we decided to go with this decision. Time is of the essence and we're to save lives. Strikehawk and Cerberus will lead the rescue operation and deal with the hostile hetero creatures coming from the sky. Move out, team. Right, because they do kind of have to do this to make up for it, because sure, they did defeat Mother, but in the process, they did let this happen because they were so concerned with getting a sample. Because if we weren't so concerned of doing that, we could have probably blown it up sooner. The first few rescue operations went well. Most Babylonian citizens didn't expect they would have so many strangers here, but quite some lucky ones made it to this place safely. However, a calamity ensued shortly afterward. We failed. Many teens reported this last month. They said they saw some hetero creatures with wings that learned how to fly with the help of highly concentrated PV. Now, those things swarmed together and attacked our transport craft. This was our last mission report. We lost contact with the elite squad on the other transport craft. When the residents of Babylonia finally decided to cast aside their worries, accept life on the ground, the sky isn't safe anymore. The path is cut off. Where can people run to? There's no way back now. If they request backup, they'll only repeat our mistake. The elite team trapped on the surface volunteers to protect the conservation area and hunt down the hetero creatures and heterosapiens. I see. Right, because that was one of the things that they had kind of worried about in the past when the punishings first started. Like, if they could take to the skies, what could they do? Boss, I dealt with the areas I was asked to clean up. But look at this. Like this first is brown and the mission recording points to the red tide behind them. Hetero creatures are coming back to life in the raging red tide. Then we'll vaporize the red tide too. Three figures in the recording raise their weapons and approach the red tide. However, another signal stops them in their tracks. This notification is for all task force members. Judging by the data we collected, the red tide shows no signs of stopping. Even if we make the red tide evaporate, the punishing virus will remain in the air. When the punishing virus strikes again and corrupts human bodies, the fested flesh will slowly converge and form a new red tide, similar to the liquids those heterosapiens secrete. Be careful not to let the red tide converge, otherwise we'll have another disaster on our hands. But no need to waste time on tributaries that haven't converged yet. These will continue to generate so long as there are casualties in the presence of the punishing virus. Asimov, do you think we're cleaning the red tide, or the dead that become part of it? No one can answer this question. This disaster is dragging us slowly into hell. No place to hide, no path to flee. After the fire in the Forest Park ruin goes out, hordes of hetero creatures emerge worldwide, overwhelming and unstoppable. So are all living beings that stand in their way. And the cascading death, the harm caused by the unidentified twins is actually negligible. tide of hetero creatures wanders aimlessly through the wilderness, spreading footprints of grief and death through the rotten land. Twins left among the ashes walk toward the west coast, robbing language and knowledge from dead humans and constructs along the way. After arriving on the west coast, instead of crossing the sea, they continue to move northward along the coast. They joined a barrage of hetero creatures in the battle against humans and constructs stationed in the defense zone, resulting in the destruction of conservation areas in 37 cities and leaving no survivors. The garrison sensed that there was no chance of victory. They had no choice but to resort to avoidance tactics, taking their action trajectory and withdrawing in advance. These predictions are not always accurate. The enemy sometimes acts separately and stays in the same area for a long period of time. But most of the time, the twins and the barrage of hetero creatures explore one city for up to 1 to 3 days before proceeding to the next. In order to avoid getting ravaged and devastated by the approaching barrage, residents from adjacent cities flee in advance. If the residents couldn't flee in time, they had no choice but to leave their future up to fate to decide. The people chose to leave early because of fear, and to fall into the dilemma of competing for resources with residents of other cities. These hetero creatures are a barrage in every sense of the word, bringing death to the land wherever they inundate. On such a catastrophe, only one conservation area where the twins passed managed to survive. By retreating underground, it did not draw the twins' attention. However, when the garrison in the next conservation area attempted to adopt this tactic, they were instead burned to death underground. These creatures grow in wisdom and learn how to use tools, evolving little by little. Ah, I see. So they're like the prototype before Cradle. However, no one can make a conclusive decision as to whether they have feelings and temperament in the biological sense. Just as humans treat vegetation, they regard humans as a natural resource here on Earth. Pick up lone humans like cherishing the seeds and return them to the crowd. Although these humans would die of severe infection after coming into contact with the PV, some people have witnessed the twins' harmless appearance. Like appreciating flowers, twins also enter the damaged and broken constructs into the dense red tide and tell them with their chilling voices to become whole again. Before they truly understand feelings of benevolence, humans cannot rely on communication. They can only escape the twins' tracks before being plundered. First, in order to avoid the high concentration of PV on the surface, people planned to migrate to the ARU. These creatures began to venture northward. The barrage of the twins and the migrating hetero creatures bringing danger to the northwest, people turned to the southeast for refuge. With surface buildings in the conservation area lacking airtight ventilation, CPFs can no longer ensure safety in such high concentration of PV. Most human beings lived in an enclosed basement of the conservation area, leaving the resource collection and rescue operations to the constructs. Even if scavengers are fitted with full sets of protective suits, their movements are still hindered by the threat of hetero creatures. When all the land outside the conservation area becomes entrenched with hidden dangers, supply consumption becomes a new problem. Going to surviving Lusa. You know it! Finally started it. People are in urgent need of rescue, but the transport crafts originally used for rescue only end up turning into fuel timing. And again. Forced to step into the eternal night of death, where different language of bodies arose one in the afterbirth of dawn, in order to retain the few motes of light that remain in this darkness. Shit, everything seriously just went. What in the hell? Total annihilation start. What is this? That is not what this chapter is. And repeat. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Oh boy. Babylonia, 9:30 p.m. The gold lights once again illuminate the symbols of the 5 powers. The gloomy space masks the ancient expression of each council member, allowing the hall to maintain solemnity and unity in front of the camera. It sounds the light representing the will of the people appears on screen as arranged. I'm sure everyone already knows the topic of this meeting. During our last meeting, the overwhelming majority voted in favor of escorting all refugees who could sent back to Babylonia. These days, we made considerable sacrifices. We've not achieved the corresponding results. Good. The tragedy train has no brakes. Nah, fair. But still, it's like, this is on a whole nother level. We thought the punishing was bad enough, now this. Raises hand leads everyone's eyes to the light blue hollow screen in front of him. Shows a group of rosters and a graphic green data indicating the downward trend. 3 hours have passed since our last failed rescue attempt. After the Puglia Forest Park disaster, Babylonians dispatched 765 transport crafts over 374 rescue attempts to the surface. On day 1 of the disaster, we rescued 587 refugees, but also 13 aircrafts and 21 pilots and crew perished. Damn. Yeah, that does definitely not make up the number. On day 2, 493 were rescued, with 11 severe injuries, 42 minor, 27 aircrafts lost, and 36 pilots and crew perished. Day 3, 271 refugees rescued, of which 21 were severely injured and 7 DOA at Babylonia. 53 aircraft lost, 71 pilots and crew members dead. In order to increase the success of these rescue operations, we dispatched Cerberus and Strikehawk. These elite squads have been able to protect most of the crew during ambushes. However, the hetero creatures are becoming increasingly relentless. Even our elite forces are struggling to prevent losses during air transit. As shown in the figure, the success rate of our rescue operations continues to decline with each passing day. We tried various tactics and even resorted to autonomous rescue pods. There's no obvious change. They are in a state of insurrection, will attack everything within range. According to our latest statistics, our success rate has fallen below 3.12% for 12 consecutive days. Fuck! Shit, man! It's that bad. I thought at least like maybe we got 25%, but 3? The cost of the rescue operations in terms of constructs, materials, and transportation continues to escalate. We found intact transport craft. Even the elite teams currently stranded on the surface are unable to return to Babylonia. The red line indicating an upward trend is overlaid on the green chart. As for whether to continue these rescue operations, I believe you've already collected votes prior to this meeting. Yes, Mr. President. According to the votes, 57% of the public believe the number of casualties far exceeds the number of the rescues, and these meaningless operations cease immediately. Well, at least people are being smart about it. Because it's true, it's like, sure, you can attempt to save them, but at most of the other times, you're just throwing them to their deaths by that point. But of course, it is still a pretty close margin, considering only 57% agree with that. The lower than anticipated disapproval rate caused many of the council members' attention, causing everyone to begin whispering in the shadows. Only 57? I assumed the disapproval rate would be close to 100% given our losses. The remaining 43% of voters believe that we should continue these operations or at least return the elite squads back to Babylonia. Right, because again, it's like if they're airborne, who's to say they can't do space travel, I guess. Gestalt, similar to both scenarios. With the current tactic, the success rate will result in an asymptote of 0 or a negative number. Deducing the combat effectiveness of elite squads, no direct engagement with the twins results in a 97.1% survival rate on the surface. Then it's decided. Given these statistics, we will suspend surface rescue operations and prioritize necessary logistics for Babylonia. That being said, we will not abandon our comrades stranded on Earth. Parliament will urge the task force to modify its tactics as soon as possible to improve the success rate and make the second rescue attempt. To me, adjourned has just joined his office by an unexpected guest here to discuss an unexpected topic. I noticed this problem too. Compared to researching how to change rescue tactics, Colonel will be more inclined toward a full evacuation. They garnered less support than expected this time. That's good news. This also means your desire to make a second rescue attempt didn't fall on deaf ears. Have you seen this? Lucia, Captain Greyraven, issuing a mission report to HQ. We successfully cleared the hetero creatures from the Puglia Forest Park ruins and have fully evacuated outside the corruption zone. There's a high level of punishing concentration here due to the large presence of hetero creatures. According to the information we've received, the surrounding areas are the same except in the direction leading to the ARU. However, we're unable to escort this many refugees by foot, nor does the ARU have enough supplies to sustain such a high influx of refugees. After we confirmed that the twins headed toward the west coast, we took the command and 67 humans to the basement in City 73's conservation area. We have enough supplies for you to sustain us for 15 days. Requesting immediate aid. Tizo is still MIA. Commander Vanessa and Bambanita from Egret are also with us. They suffered some injuries, but they're no longer in critical condition after being treated by Liv. She paused for a second. As for Commander Santos, we just rendezvoused with Liv. She's more qualified to issue a report. Fortunately, the Commandant's abdominal wound didn't affect any vital organs. However, during the evacuation, the Commandant suffered a serious head injury, leading to brain trauma's subdural hematoma. After we moved to the conservation area City 43, we used the medical facilities here to perform a craniotomy on the Commandant and remove the hematoma. When we were searching for a conservation area to operate in, we were delayed after being attacked by a barrage of hetero creatures. Now the situation isn't looking good. The Commandant's in a coma and battling an infection. The medical equipment here is less than ideal, and most of the medical supplies have been taken away. If this continues, the Commandant may face septic shock. Hopefully we can bring the Commandant back to Babylonia for treatment, but based on the current safety concerns in transit, I'm afraid that even if we make it back, the turbulence will only cause secondary injuries to the Commandant. Right. Now, that's fair, because, true, going at it in, like, a large velocity would definitely cause some damage to his body, especially since he's in a fragile state. We need immediate medical relief, whether that be for the Commandant or the injured residents here in City 43's conservation area. That's our current SID rep. Please send support as soon as possible. This is the mission report we received after they just retreated from the Forest Park ruins. We dispatched more supplies and support to provide emergency relief, but Xanthos shows no signs of improvement. The return ceremony of Atlantis gave people hope and made them care for heroes. After that fire in Puglia, people want to know Grey Raven's whereabouts. I think it's an appropriate time to disclose their current situation. We've suffered heavy casualties this time. Commandant Harley Joe and Yata barely made it back to Babylonia with Simon in a coma. They're still at the Star of Life, and Simon is yet to regain consciousness. Egret and numerous other constructs are still stranded on the surface. Even if Grey Raven and Xanthos have suffered such serious losses, this will be a huge blow to the people's confidence in victory. At that point, I'm sure even more people will be in favor of abandoning the rescue effort. If we don't inform the people, they'll only turn to rumors. Sometimes acceptance is more helpful for us to overcome difficulties. But surely we approach this in a more delicate manner. Nah, because he's right. That's the problem, like, once rumors start, they don't end. So better we at least come out with the truth than a worse rumor that would make us either the bad guys or that would completely turn us into the enemy. What if I say I wanted us to use this as a bargaining chip with Kurina? You mean the Omega file? Correct. According to the Science Council's report, the Omega prototype is complete. It has the ability to absorb the punishing virus, but the effect is limited. Given the information in the report, it seems that it can't actively capture the punishing virus. However, it can still absorb it by coming into contact with the virus. Considering its current form, even if we devote all our resources to mass production, it's going to be difficult to achieve the desired effect. However, if we can direct large quantities of punishing virus to the Omega prototype, we may be able to achieve a vastly different effect. How can constructs absorb the punishing virus? Isn't that a characteristic reserved for ascendants? You aren't thinking of joining forces with Kurino, are you? The Science Council store a portion of Kurino's R&D towards counterintelligence program. They're using Ascendant data to develop a specialized frame. If Azimuth can confirm the Omega weapon's compatibility with this new frame, we can use the current situation to discuss it with them. Heavy rain falls on a gloomy afternoon. Grey Raven has already been stranded on the surface for over a month. Okay, so never mind, yeah, we still are stuck on Earth. During this time, Liv has been meticulously caring for Xanthos, who show no signs of regaining consciousness. The Everything inside the basement has gradually washed the coagulated blood on the streets. For the humans, the rooms are now filled with only the corrupted and hetero creatures lingering aimlessly. For the abandoned CPF-40 and the forest park were set ablaze, people had noticed the punishing concentration steadily rising with the appearance of the red tide. At the time, people simply attributed this phenomenon to the heterocore and the red tide. They believed this was the manifestation of the PV as it culminated and evolved, not that they were the culprits. Nobody was aware of a much greater disaster silently looming in the distance. They only targeted the red tide, thinking that if it was eliminated, their problems would be solved. Thus, they used the longest arsenal to obliterate the red tide and its monstrosities. However, the punishing virus still remained. Nothing could dissipate it. Their efforts were akin to evaporating a stream, condensation of which only returned to the air. The airborne PV was then absorbed by the mother. What should have been an overflowing punishing concentration seemingly fell, during which it used its time to breed yet another disaster. With the CPF-40 and Forest Park reduced to ruins, the punching virus trapped within was released into the world, forever fanning the flames of a world already at its limits. Ah, I see. That also explains why they had to use the CPF as the base for Mother as well, because it would be the only way you could get a constant flow of a large amount of punishing virus. Because again, it created a perfect way for it to absorb it and do it continuously, because unlike before where it's like it had to always empty it, the mother would always do so to obtain nutrients from it. Damn. It's honestly surprising how Gabriel was the one who initially started this research and now Vonnegut's perfected it in the worst way possible. As Vaster had seen, the emergence of humanoid creatures only indicated the further evolution of the punishing creatures. However, they're not the greatest threat, nor are they the ultimate fruit born from disaster. Today, the hotbed knows the red tide continues to sow its seeds across the land as it marches onward over bloodstains, both new and old, in the joyous pitter-patter of rain. Humanity had a jolt in the river of fallen. Now they cast adrift like a ship without sails, pulling in the narrow cabins they call the conservation areas and praying to the CPS for the minuscule protection they provide. Conservation Area Basement, 9:30. Right as the Council in Babylonia is deliberating whether to suspend rescue, humanity on Earth eagerly awaits for good news in an enclosed basement. Several days have passed since they last received aid, for the medical supplies dwindle right before their eyes. However, for people in any conservation area, stepping out into the enclosed basement and returning to their old ways as scavengers means certain death. They have no choice but to remain in the conservation area under the protection of the constructs. Didn't they say supplies were on their way? How much longer are we gonna wait? Who knows? Maybe they failed again. How can you play that thing at a time like this, Chuck? What else can I do? We all have our own ways of handling stress. Want me to take it out on you? Young refugee named Chuck sings weakly as he strums along with each word, but this only ignites the last ounce of reason in the effervescent. Had I known it was going to be like this, we should have evacuated while we still had a chance. He descends up as Liv looks up anxiously from beside the patient she's attending to and watches him out of the corner of her eye. If it had been for those damn corrupted and those hetero whatever pursuing the transport crafts, we would have been out of here already. I told you we should have left earlier, but no. You were too much of a chicken about it crashing on the way back to Babylonia. Babylonia finally said rescue and we missed the boat. But didn't it end up crashing anyway? I wasn't just being paranoid, now was I? Not to mention those constructs guarding this place. Their commandant didn't go on it either. Didn't you hear, idiot? Their commandant's headroom can't handle the turbulence. I was just thinking. We wait a few days until it's safe, then go back with their commandant. I wasn't expecting it to get worse. Then what are you going on about? We stay here, we die. We go into transport craft, we die. That's all we've got to live for now. What the hell are you talking about? We already made it out of danger once already. The conservation area in Puglia Forest was a damn death trap. The whole place was blown to smithereens. Can't you see? With the punching concentration as high as it is, even the refugees living out in the wilderness are fighting to enter the conservation areas. Just look at that guy with the guitar! But despite all that, we're still alive. And we're going to keep on living. Alright. I'll go find some other place to play. Where else is there to go down here? You still got this much energy, just shout. Give me some of your rations tomorrow. If you don't got any, don't we still have protective gear? What's that gonna do? That head wound you got on the way must have given you a concussion if you think that'll help us kill those monsters. I just want... It was just a scrapped CPF 100 kilometers away that was blown up. That's all. It's nothing serious. It'll be alright. If it was just that, then why the hell are we stuck here? Don't cry. It'll be alright. Doctor, my head wound. Is the wound open again? I'll be right with you. Thanks. You haven't had any shut-eye the past few days, have you? Constructs don't need sleep. I guess you'll keep going for a few more days, but you need more rest. Stop irritating your wound. It just hurts and itches at the same time. I can't help myself. Hey, snot-nosed brat, tell me, how many days have we been here? Damn. Sinking island. Damn, so no battle again. I'm hoping for at least one. A whole night passed since Lucy and Liv brought back the construct wounded in the rescue attempt back to the enclosed basement in the conservation area. After Liv performed basic maintenance, he recovered most of his ability to participate in a new rescue mission. Unable to return to Babylonia, the constructs have become entrenched in a war of attrition. Issues caused by the damage to their frames and lack of maintenance chambers are beginning to wear on them. People are still huddled in the cold and damp basement of the conservation area, craning their necks and waiting for a sound from the outside. They look forward to new development, whether that be news of the punishing concentration decreasing, rescue supplies to be arranged for their own conservation area, or for newly rescued refugees to be sent to the other conservation areas. So long as no more refugees will come, any news is eagerly awaited. But disappointment was accompanied by hunger and sickness for the 164 people crowded in this enclosed basement. In addition, there are also 10 constructs and 2 commandants. Aside for 3 constructs and Commandant Xanthus of Grey Raven, Bombinata and Commandant Vanessa of Egrid, the 6 remaining constructs were the only few survivors from previous rescue attempts. These 6 constructs, all but 2 were seriously injured. Therefore, already recovered mobility under Liv's care. They joined search and rescue attempts in the surrounding area, but as time passed, fewer and fewer refugees could be found. All the active units on the west coast have been searched. Day 2. These returned from the search and rescue mission with 2 constructs. Seeing all the people sleeping in the basement, he lowers his voice. He hands inside the sealed door, shakes the rain off his frame, and hands 2 small boxes to the construct in front of him. This is all the supplies we could find. Place it in the storage for now. Yes, sir. Lucy still hasn't completed her mission, City 44. I'm going to go help her. What's the situation? The conservation areas along the west coast have all been completely destroyed. All of them? Yeah. Just like Vanessa had predicted, the twins have left nothing but destruction in their wake as they've gone up the west coast. During this period, they walked from Puglia Forest to the west coast, then up north and stayed several days near the ARU. Instead of entering the ARU, they redirected their route to the southeastern coast, that is, the Park Ruins, and returned here. At present, the twins have arrived near City 41. If they choose to return to Puglia Forest, that should bode well for us, considering that City 43 is near City 40. Right. But why would they want to come back, though? Just because they don't have anywhere else to go? If they decide to enter City 42, their next target might be here. So once Lucia comes back, we need to make a plan quickly. Are there any survivors in any of the cities along the west coast? Not many. Only 3, 2 of which I brought back. The other one went to another conservation area looking for a friend. 2 adolescent boys stand behind him, one of which holding a cane. His leg badly corrupted. The emperor appears weak, but seems otherwise healthy. His corruption appears serious. Looks like he needs serum. Well, there's still some serum in the initial supplies, but there's only one room left in the basement. Follow me. Matches? Behind you. Thanks for letting me bring them. Is there anything you need me to do? Oh, I see. Matches at the dog. What's the situation outside? Everything's destroyed from the park roads to the west coast. Because of those two things. And a ton of those hetero creatures. We were ducking and hiding behind every corner all the way here. Well, since it appears that the west coast is pretty much destroyed, who knows where those two things will go next. Here, take this. Thanks for the news. Those constructs exchange intel with each other every day. They refuse to tell us anything. I'm going to go help Lucia. Seems like she's in a predicament. I'll leave you in charge here, Liv. Okay, I'll have everything under control. Be careful. The officer staying in the room next door said she had some information, but it only caused us to lose all hope. So she doesn't want to talk about it for the time being. What's the point of that? How could we be any more hopeless? We've been conducting reconnaissance missions in the surrounding area, but nothing has changed. We let everyone know right away if the situation begins to improve or if there's any danger. She's not saying anything more. She walks to another boy to lead him to a room deep inside to rest. Just about to cross the room, the boy who had just eaten the biscuit suddenly speaks. Oh yeah, just to let everyone know. Be sure to guard your rations, everyone. Know what happened to our supplies in the warehouse when our conservation area was destroyed? I didn't do anything. Chill out, I'm not talking about you. I thought you went to the warehouse, you have more than your leg corrupted. I mean his dog. Hey kiddo, I don't want to argue about whether your dog ate the cans or not. They're already gone. Talking about it isn't going to do anything. I just want to ask, how many supplies did you bring? I'm sorry, but I didn't bring any. Then what are we to do about your dog? The question seems more like a command, turning everyone's laughter into solemn silence. Right, because that's another mouth to feed. In other words, you want to stay here. You want to feed your dog with our supplies, right? Yeah, because that's the other thing. It's like, if he at least brought some supplies, he could make up the difference if his dog ate some of the food, right? Again, I'm not saying to abandon him, but it's like, at the same time, it's like, rations are very limited. I'm sorry. I'll feed him myself. And how are you going to do that? You don't have any protective suit and your leg is wounded. You think you can do that by yourself? You say that now, but then who'd stop you when you're off with our supplies in the middle of the night? Make him leave. We can't even feed ourselves. Where are we gonna get food to feed a dog, too? Yeah, I'm starving. You even took my friend's supplies. We can't just keep taking refugees. We don't have enough food to get through the day. Refugees keep coming. We're gonna starve to death. Damn kid, don't blame us for not welcoming you with open arms. If I can't even feed myself, then what makes you think you get a share of our food? I've had enough despair and starvation. Selfish brat. Think we'll feed your dog? Whoa, 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 people. Family. Think you steal food to feed your family? Atmosphere tenses up as either side refuses to back down. Hey, they're about to fight. Don't worry about it. Leader will break it up if they do. I can leave if you want. I won't let you hurt him. Alright, scram, worthless brat. Already being kind enough is not punching your face in. And there's going to be a conflict in the crowd. Liv, who's always been gentle, puts down her medicine, puts herself between the boy and the angry mob. Oh, you want to protect this mutt, Miss Doctor? He said it's his family. Family? What are you talking about? In this donkey-dog world, plundering's the only way to live. Here we go again. Keena's spouting that nonsense again. Just let him go crazy. His constructs will put him in his place when they've seen enough. Put who in his place? Now that her teammates are gone, she's the only construct here. You can't even move her like broken. What's a construct like her gonna do? I'll show you that the law of the jungle is the only truth. You're right about that in battle, but this isn't a battle we should fight. Doesn't matter. If I want to, I'd even sacrifice my own family. Think a dog's going to stop me. He stops arguing. Instead, she looks directly at the middle-aged man standing before her in silence. Babylonian scum. Spits angrily, rolls up his worn cuffs and swings a haymaker at Liv. doesn't make you take a step back with a broken leg. That's all you Babylonians are good for. Quit bullying a wounded doctor, Kina. It's embarrassing. No matter where they come from, these constructs, especially this doctor with her leg injury, saved us and have taken care of us for so many days. If the law of the jungle ruled the world, you deserve to be saved. The punishing virus would have turned you into a piece of rotten meat to be fed to this dog. He makes a fair point, because again, it's like, the constructs are able to survive this. Why do they have to help you guys? You brought this upon us. Yes, but I don't want to cause a dispute. I just want to ask this doctor and that boy, do you have any way to convince everyone? I'll just take my share and split it with matches. We won't steal anything, I promise. You can quarantine me if that makes everyone feel better. Well, since you say so, I'm willing to believe you. You don't need to be quarantined. Not like we have the space anyway. I accept your proposal. What does everyone else think? The crowd's silent. No one raises any objection. Then it's settled. But Kina, come with me for a moment. What's your name? Since the food shortage cannot be fixed, she can at least do something that's within her power. My name's Stanley, and this is Matches. Thank you for being so kind to me, Miss Construct. Don't worry about it. You can call me Liv. Thank you, Miss Liv, and to your friend for saving me, and bringing Matches along. Sorry for all the trouble I caused. Not much I can do, but if you think of anything. Everything's fine. Don't worry. It takes a lot of courage to look after that little guy in a place like this. Not to mention you and Matches have already had your fair share of hunger and suffering. I'm sure you guys can tough it out just a little longer. Is your leg okay? I've patched it up, but we don't have enough supplies for me to fully repair it. Oh, right. This was supposed to be for our commandant, but the seal was broken during our retreat. It's about to expire. Mind if I give it to Matches? Really? Thank you so much. But your commandant doesn't need it? Appears so for now. Hope your commandant gets well soon. Me too. Stanley quickly pulls Matches back. She's a doctor. She needs to keep her hands sanitized. Not enough supplies for that. Can't be a burden to them. It's okay. Don't worry. The boy appears skittish, likely due to frequently being ostracized. Seeing Liv takes out a bandage and disinfectant, the boy rolls up his pants, exposing a festering wound from corruption, and begins helping Liv. Is the boy's personality because of Matches? Stanley, if the situation continues to get worse, what are you going to do? I get what you mean, Miss Liv. I know animals can't be corrupted by the punishing virus. They only carry it. So, I thought about releasing Matches into the wild. But he's already used to living with humans even before I met him. If I let him go, the next time he sees another human, he might get attacked again. I know I'm being selfish, but I need Matches by my side. He's the only thing keeping me going. So I'll just keep him with me. Even if I run out of supplies, I'll abandon myself, not Matches. Do you even realize what you just said? Thank you, Miss Liv. Every person wandering these lands is turmoil uniquely their own. It's useless even to ask. The only way to resolve their suffering is to restore Earth to its vitality. Anything else would only temporarily delay the pain. This goal is too far away. People have no choice but to immerse themselves in daily life. In order to not open up old wounds and delay the pain, Liv refrains from pushing the question. She just adeptly disinfects and bandages Stanley's wound, and injects him with serum. As long as there's something that can be improved, that's the best consolation at this moment. Your corruption won't get any worse as long as you stay here in an enclosed basement. And also, since you aren't willing to let Matches go, you need to keep living. Got it? Don't be going around saying you'll abandon yourself so casually. Just like you said, You depend on matches, and matches depends on you. She manages the boy's voice becomes softer. Except for Ken snuggles up her matches and quite quickly falls asleep. Oh my god, how much longer is this? I want to actually fight something, come on! In any case, this is the beginning of hope, but it's only just the beginning. Project Winter, ooh. This is an impromptu internal meeting. Everybody, please keep all the information mentioned in this meeting confidential. An impromptu meeting used to mean an emergency. Now it also means a difficult dilemma to overcome. As everyone knows, the situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worse. The high punishing concentration has caused varying degrees of evolution in hetero creatures across different regions. They've learned to attack in groups. If they're injured, they quickly retreat and regroup in the red tide. Those winged hetero creatures have increased their flight speed and altitude, allowing them to attack transport crafts. However, our forces stranded on the surface have been unable to stop the twins from advancing. For now, they can only withdraw. The CPF has been destroyed. The green has collapsed and the blood of the dead has turned to the red tide, meaning no enemies. We made great sacrifices to resolve this disaster with little to show for it. If this continues, everything that's been restored on the surface will be in vain. We need something that can turn the tide in our fight against the punishing virus. Preliminary research on the Omega file Xanthos obtained from Atlantis is beginning to show progress. The Omega prototype produced by the Science Council has been proved to be capable of absorbing the punishing virus. However, it is unable to change the overall environment at its current stage. I propose that we focus all of Babylonia's resources and research into this program. We need to put aside our differences and focus our efforts on solving this crisis immediately. Is this really a wise use of our resources? Babylonia can be completely self-sufficient so long as we control our consumption and cut supplies for troops on the surface. That may be the case, but is it sustainable? Our current crisis isn't just a high punishing concentration on the surface, but also ascendants infiltrating Gestalt and hetero creatures to obtain air superiority. Right, because in the end, they can still technically do that. Not to mention the emergence of the twins. What makes you think they will continue to evolve? See, that's what I'm saying. If they've learned to fly, who's to say that they won't evolve to be able to travel through space soon? Then what do? We should at least come up with a concrete method for solving this crisis before we discuss putting all our eggs in one basket. We've already devised a method. However, this method requires assistance from Project Winter to achieve the maximum effort. According to my knowledge, the Science Council has also dabbled in Project Winter. However, those conservatives have only been committed to enhancing the stability of its specialized frames. They haven't expanded their effort into controlling the punishing virus. Controlling the punishing? I'm sure you are aware that based on the current progress of Project Winter, the specialized frame designed with the latest data has serious defects. They're similar to an ascendant frame by actively gathering the punishing virus within the frame of the user's mind. However, since the user isn't an ascendant, they can't resist the punishing virus nor can they control the frame. Anyone who switched to a new specialized frame was unable to persist in actual combat. Couldn't even last 20 minutes on the surface before succumbing to corruption. Even if we can somehow delay corruption, there will still be serious damage to their mind. Commanded sacrifice their lives to stabilize their minds as a result of mind beacon pollution. Some of the councilmen who had already received the shadows show no intent of hiding their position. Even if the punishing virus cannot be controlled for now, we can resolve issues with corruption by using the Omega prototype. As for mind corruption, leave that to the CTO. During the battle with Alpha and Waju assumed direct control of Commander Xanthos, a Grey Raven, forcibly connecting the commander with nearby Corrupted. I don't need to reiterate the effects on most commanders when they link with Corrupted, but the symptoms with Xanthos weren't as serious. The three other constructs of Grey Raven were able to maintain a secure link with Xanthos despite the corruption. Right, because they were still able to fight even when I was going through it. Lucia, Liv, Lee, and Chrome was upgraded to a special frame. They've all achieved a level of mind stability capable of handling specialized frames. However, due to the instability of this new specialized frame. Constructs that have already been affected by the specialized frame are not fit for this dangerous mission. So, that just leaves Lee and Liv. Ah, makes sense. But Xanthos has declined to participate in Project Winter. That depends on the content of the project. Xanthos and Grey Raven defeated the Polyphage and retrieved the files from Atlantis. Heroes who've garnered such attention shouldn't be used as test subjects. Right, true, thank you. Hilda deliberately mentions the words heroes, to remind those hiding in the shadows that even if Earth is fraught with disaster, they can't continue to operate in secret. Colonel! The Control Corps will supervise this collaboration to ensure the personal safety of Xanthos, who will not participate in any research other than that which pertains to the linking of any specialized frames. Grey Raven is still performing missions on the surface while Xanthos is in a coma. Based on the current situation, transport crafts are unable to safely reach the surface, let alone escort Grey Raven back to Babylonia. This is what we will discuss next. There's an underground base that belongs to Kurna in City 47 where a large number of resources, transport crafts, and the spaceship are restored. If permissible, we can retrieve Xanthos and the 2 other constructs from Grey Raven. Have you tested the Omega prototype yet? We've successfully run simulations, but we haven't deployed it on the surface yet. Right, because again, to be fair, can't do it without me. We can obtain test results regarding its effectiveness against the twins. Both sides should be in more equal standing. Correct. However, we must take it one step at a time. Given the sacrifice required for a round-trip journey to the surface, they can't be expected to pay with their lives for a test that doesn't yield results. Once they return to Babylonia, what will you do if Xanthos doesn't begin to improve? We will wait until Xanthos shows signs of improvement before proceeding. If the commandant doesn't regain consciousness, we'll think of another plan. If there's any hope of averting this danger, we'll change our plans accordingly. This desolate world no longer leaves any room for tenderness. We're going to wait until Xanthos shows signs of improvement before conducting the experiment. The situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worst. If you want to leave researchers time to start their work, this situation demands an immediate course of action. Even if we manage to mitigate corruption, without a mind beacon that can withstand pollution, the specialized frames will be difficult to manage. Correct. Current data predicts that if we cannot resolve issues with mind stability, the subject will die within 3 hours of participating in actual combat. In such a minuscule amount of time, everyone was turned to an outcry. However, a council member hiding in the shadow gives a pleasant look of surprise. I can't believe they lasted 3 hours without a command to maintain stability. Is that it? What do you mean, is that it? Last time when we used specialized frame developer, the new data couldn't even pass the corruption test. Even though they had acquired data from Glory, they implemented numerous barriers and restrictions. Though if I had a commander that could resist pollution from mind beacons or someone able to maintain mind stability like Chrome, it was just a useless shell. Even for someone to last just 1 minute as a human bomb proved to be a disaster. This is the first deployment, yet they've already managed to last 3 hours in simulation. Imagine what we can achieve with such a project in the future with a combined effort of all departments. I can't wait to see you smile at the results. The underground base in City 47 is a major asset and property, but the higher up shouldn't refuse such a rare invitation from the Parliament. Even now, they won't put down their hypocritical masks. What's wrong with making sacrifices for the sake of science? But only 3 hours? Isn't this experiment a little inhumane? I think you know what inhumane even means. Are you finished cleaning up the aftermath of all those deaths, or are you being sarcastic? I'll arrange for remunerations. Being concerned with personal sacrifice would be an insult to everyone who's still struggling, as well as the soldiers and civilians who died in the disaster. Is there a specific plan to integrate the Omega prototype with specialized frames? Yes, but it's currently top secret. Then how can you verify the efficacy of such a plan? Each party must first negotiate this condition before verification can be made by both parties. Can the Science Council guarantee results from this collaborative effort? This is just a preliminary course of action. It's I still haven't received the agent data, and we still need to conduct more tests before making any conclusions. If we want to improve our current predicament, we only have one choice: cooperation. In any case, this is the beginning of hope. It is only just the beginning. Seriously, man, how many more just only story stuff am I gonna be into? Will it being born? It's an unchanging, lifeless afternoon. The continuous drizzle pounds the ground and damp air flows into the dirt, increasing the cold bit by bit. Some more guitarists sits amongst several like-minded musicians. Someone takes out a pair of cards that were almost crumpled and slickly tosses them in front of their comrade's bed. Someone rummages through their pants pockets, searching desperately for a bit of weed lost between the stitches. Someone knows that they're dying of a terminal illness and have given their rations away to others for the past several days. Someone lies down in the damp corner weeping for the relatives they just buried. Most ignore the passing of time, the dim light outside, and the continuous rain. Look at the old molted ceiling. Mottled. Her eyes had lost their light. There were only an empty silence. Despair will not stop growing in those who raise their hands in surrender. The routinely checks the condition of all the wounded and unconsciously rubs her aching chest. Like a maintenance chamber, she hasn't rested for many days. Such a rescue mission leaves the leg was seriously injured while protecting her target. However, in order to leave medical supplies for refugees to come, she only splints her broken leg and refrains from fully repairing it. She's by no means an exception. While people in conflict alike are forced to stand on a sinking island, no one can be spared. Suddenly, there's a sharp knocking at the door outside the isolation door. Someone's at the door? Quickly closes her eye and searches for the activity signal outside the door. A human. It wonders who would wander through the dangerous wilderness full of hetero creatures, but decides to open the heavy isolation door. Man and woman rush to the gap in the isolation door. It was like hair and clothes are well kept, as if they had been carefully cleaned recently. The other man beside her, holding a child covered in blood, seems a little familiar. Is there a doctor here? This boy's been stabbed in the back. I am. Give him to me. Thank God. Where should I set him? Over there. There aren't any beds left? Is the only spot here on the ground? Unfortunately, but the extra sheets. I have my own fold-up cot. Use mine. Thank you. Nods and thanks and gently sets the child down on the folding bed. Suddenly turns and leans against the corner with a gloomy expression as it closes the door. Does he have any allergies or medical issues prior to this wound? I don't know. Do you? I don't know either. It's fine. I'll give an evaluation before I give him an injection. Thank you. I need to stop the bleeding. How was he wounded? A hetero creature did it, but I'm not sure how. I wasn't with him at the time. Alright, looks like we need a serum. What's he eaten the past few days? I don't know. He said he hadn't found any food the past few days. He was starving last night, so he wanted a pack of my biscuits. So he looks at the man's backpack, which is obviously full of supplies. After eating it, he said he wanted to go to the next conservation area to look for supplies, then borrowed one of my protective suits and left. Why? Why would you let him go alone? The backpack is obviously full of supplies. Why would you let a child risk his life? It's a kid like you. Sorry, it's because of me. I sprained my ankle. I can't walk that fast. The child said he wanted to go with the others, so he left early. I didn't think he would. It remains unwavering as she concentrates on suturing the wound, more quickly to end the boy's suffering. His eye standing slides against the wall and sits down. His emotions matches buries his head in his arms. Then why? What'd you say? So you obviously can't raise him. Why have another? One wasn't expecting to be asked this question by such a young boy. She opens her mouth to respond, she suddenly stops herself. He's lucky you found him and brought him to such a kind doctor. But what in the future? This could be just like me, or worse. Why do you say that? Why? Because my parents were just like you. They had me without thinking about the future. Since they couldn't raise me, they just kicked me to the side of the road. Without thinking about the future. Exactly. You have a child on the way. You know what I'm talking about. Refugees in conservation areas get preferential treatment to expecting parents. And those are children. I know they have good intentions, but some people like to take advantage of this. Just like my parents. They just use these good intentions for their own benefit without considering the future. And to my mom was they were given special admission into the conservation area, where they had me and my brother. When I was 2 years old, my dad gave me to another family for a bowl of porridge. I thought the father turned out to be just like him too. We were just freeloading on the sympathy of others and would use me to get supplies from the conservation area. But no matter which parents I was with, they would only ever give me the scraps. Once it got a little bigger and lost his privilege, they threw me by the roadside, just like those empty cans they finished eating. How can they do such a thing?
I've heard of people doing that.
Conservation areas just want children to survive. Who would have thought there'd be bastards like that?
How are they bastards?
But then, who dare to have children in a world like this?
They don't look into who the child belongs to and just gives out supplies. How can they? Can you guarantee you'd be alive tomorrow? If someone's alive to take care of a child, that's all that matters.
But have you ever thought about it? How can abandoned children survive on the side of the road? Being a burden on others, banished from conservation areas, you curse that. So, I want to ask you, as a parent, why would you have a child if you can't take care of them? Are you just looking for short-term benefits? Or is it just because you don't care about your child's future?
I mean,
it's not like I can't say that's not... I want to say that's not a nice thing to say, but he's not wrong. In a life or death situation like this, when it's literally the apocalypse, it's like, how could it happen? I mean, I know it's like, it can happen by accident, but even then, it's like, this is a time where people are fighting for supplies, or just to have a meal for the next day. And yet you're gonna have to worry about doing it for another mouth to feed. It's like, there aren't gonna be that many nice people who just give you some just because of that. She exerted silence, unable to come up with an answer. Silence fills the depressing air until the familiar man coughs quietly. Sorry, this isn't an answer, but I'm not the child's father. Of course she isn't his mother. Husband and I used to be merchants. The profession's much more dangerous now, but so we're still willing to take the risk. Now if the supplies belong to her husband, I can't go eat someone else's food, can I? Sorry, I didn't realize. I'm really sorry. Shouldn't have misjudged you and spoken out of turn. It's okay. It really is a serious issue. We aren't his parents, but I heard him say that he had a similar experience as your own. His biological parents died in an accident 2 years ago when he was only 8. None of us can be sure that we'll live to see tomorrow in this cruel world. None of us say to give up for our children. And of course we can't guarantee a safe upbringing for our children. Okay. It's so hard for children to even just stay alive when they're separated from their parents at such a young age. Consider what you said carefully and be sure to make the right decision. Okay. Enough of this crap. Isn't it obvious? You have a child, you should raise them. Everyone's faced with hardship in this cruel world. We're all equal here. No point in complaining. Sorry. No need to apologize. The world is full of injustice. We're all struggling with the same adversities. But some people are armed and some people can move freely. Others carry lives yet to be born and others are forced to run before they can walk. It's amazing if you can survive in this world and save another life. Alright, it's my fault. I just don't want to see everyone looking down to dumps. Not enough to have a newborn life only to get kicked back. You shouldn't downtrodden others just because you've been down on your luck. Hey, come on! He's just making a fair point, because it's true. It's like, you can't say that it would last forever. It's like how one shouldn't suppress their sadness to hope it still exists in the crowd should never be taken away. No matter which side of the page has its own reasons. But, Stanley, I know what you're worried about. The arrival of a new life should be a joyful thing, but we don't want to give each other a burden beyond our means. You're right. Even still, this difficulty can also be rewarding. By that, I don't just mean getting supplies using the kindness of others, but hope independence. Did you choose to take care of matches because you think it'll help you get supplies? No. But by doing so, your life has become more difficult and made your food even more scarce. But as you said, it gives your life meaning and motivation. That's why you made the choice, right? Yeah. Well then, how do you view this child? You should still have the baby. We're barely making it through each day and we don't have enough to eat, but it's also sad to see someone die. There are only a few living people left in this land. What good are more supplies? So it won't be so lonely when more lies around. Yeah, that's what I mean. Whether it's a person or a dog, you need to protect them as their mom. You can't be so quick to give up. There I go running my mouth again. Gently pats himself in the face in apology. Saying the woman in the crowd laugh at his motherly instinct kicking. Sorry, I've never been too good with talking to others. Well, since you're already here, how about change the subject? What's your name? Where you come from? How's the situation outside? Every new refugee always gets asked where they come from. What's the situation? So they become the standard greeting. My name is Francine. I came from City 75 or City 45 in the south. I was originally going to City 44's conservation area, but then there was a problem with the CPF. What's wrong with City 45 and 44? The conservation area in City 45 is full, and something's wrong with City 44 CPF, for which I was stopped by a construct on my way there. He said that a horde of hetero creatures attacked the conservation area in CPF, so they're evacuating the residents. City 44? That's where Lucy and Lee are. I thought it would be safest to the south, because it gets just more of the same suffering. They may not be those twins, but there are just as many hetero creatures. It's just not safe here anymore. We need to evacuate ASAP. Evacuate? Where else is there to go? Are there any safe places left out there? Then what else should we do? That really doesn't send any more support. What about the Forsaken? The Forsaken? Actually, this gentleman came from the Forsaken. You know the Forsaken. How's the situation over there? Oh, maybe Watanabe? I don't know them too well, but I've done business with them as a merchant. They're still sheltering refugees, but every base is already overcrowded. Looks like we need to think about evacuating. They're still in a better position than most conservation areas. At least they have food reserves. But given this environment, they're in desperate need of serum. I came here to see if I can get any spare serum in the conservation areas to exchange with them. Exchange? You mentioned her husband is also a merchant. What about him? He found the direct title of protecting me. Last I heard his voice, he was already... I know he isn't alive anymore, but the head of the sapient sounded just like him. This gentleman hadn't come here to pick up goods. I would have been torn to pieces by those head of sapients. Seems like you've had your fair share of experience with those monsters. What's your name, young man? My name's Shrek. Shrek? Oh, right. Wait, I think I have heard. Oh, right, the book. I'd wondered because, yeah, there was one book we read, but we never got back to it. Wasn't it like about a story or something? First time she heard this thing was before they encountered the polyphage. Raven had received a new mission that required them to search the coordinates of Baikwaja in the deserted ruins. She accidentally stumbled across a book while searching for clues. Cardman Rider Genesis. She found a line beautifully written message. Earth has been stricken with innumerable disasters. Time has washed every one of them away. And for tomorrow, because all will pass. Oh, maybe it was the husband of that woman? There weren't any clues in the book, but Greyraven had coincidentally seen this message written on the wall in the ruins. Look, something's written on the wall. Where lives pointing, you find a neatly written slogan on the wall of an abandoned building. The earth has been stricken with... Let's see. How very inspiring. Looks kind of new as well. Could one of the scavengers have written this? Hazily written, of course, can be seen below the slogan. Seems to be something else after these two words, but they were roughly scrubbed off. Later, they finally saw the message float, following the words, of course. And also, last memories. There's never been an endless winter on this planet, but when spring comes and the ice melts away, you won't be there to see it with me. Shrek, you will live. Let me explore the unknown. Oh. Though she learned a part of Shrek's past through the Spear of FOS, she knew it wouldn't be appropriate to bring it up at the time. Therefore, Liv decides to remain. Wow, damn. I never thought that name would come back. You're trading for the serum. What about her husband? What's he trading his supplies for? Also the serum. It was originally tasked with exchanging supplies, but since he hadn't returned in a long time, I went to look for her. Oh, but we're running low on serum ourselves. Do you have 4 vials to trade for these supplies? I can only trade for 3, just in case we have new wounded refugees. It's okay. I understand. After I left the Forsaken, every conservation area on my way here had run out of food and serum. Some even tried to rob me. Seems like you guys are in a lot better shape. The outside is overrun with hedgerow creatures. Mind if I rest here? If the doctor doesn't mind, we don't either. You don't mind the lack of space? Of course not. Thank you. All these people gathered together, but no one knows what will happen tomorrow. What would the Commandant think after regaining consciousness? I wish you were by my side, Commandant. Oh my god, how much more of this? Come on, let me actually do something. First joy and sorrow. Nightfall descends upon Earth once more. This is out of the room where the 2 Commandants are resting and looks out at the landscape. What can I do to make Santos regain consciousness? Time wasn't a measure of how long the explorers had left. It wouldn't be important for those hiding in the enclosed basement in the conservation area. Here, the reference for measuring minutes and seconds is no longer a clock, but a sense of hunger. And most people will go to sleep according to their biological clock. The consorts protecting the conservation area of City 43 still haven't begun to rest. They're either guarding the conservation area outside or still on rescue missions. That's no exception. Today, the new rescue team brought several injured refugees. Although they should have been happy to find the survivors, the increasingly scarce supplies make it impossible for them to celebrate. She wants to do something, but there's nothing she can do. She wants to speak her boundaries, but her listeners have gone their separate ways. For regret can condense to a needle stabbing into her chest, she carefully musing into her diary. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Gotta use the restroom. Okay, I'm back. Intensive care patient record. Lindsay, 21 years old, far from height. Open fractures, skin damage, open wound in the skin exposing broken bone. Pneumothorax, ruptured spleen, ruptured liver, septic shock. Open history nil. CPR performed, return of spontaneous circulation. Urgent need of AB blood. Splenectomy and liver repair. However, such complicated surgeries cannot be performed in the current environment. Is there really nothing we can do? Miss Lindsay was brought in, she was in critical condition. Heard she fell from a high-rise building trying to protect her partner. Thanks to her, Miss Jin only had minor injuries on her left-handed ankle, but her blood type did not match Miss Lindsay's, could not be used for transfusion. What she could do was pray by her side. Despite myself, I know I shouldn't believe in illusory concepts like destiny or God. Still, I hope for a miracle. Miss Lindsay was rescued at noon, but she was seriously wounded. It seemed unreasonable to try to save a seriously injured patient with such a lack of materials, but it would only prolong her pain. It wouldn't change the outcome. But I saw Miss Lindsay's desire and struggle in her eyes. And if she slightly regained consciousness, she would be looking for her partner. Whenever she found her, she would open her troubling mouth as if to say something. She must have something she wants to say, but that's why she worked so hard to do so. So I did my best to give her first aid. Her chances were slim, but I still hope that a miracle could happen. At recording Lindsay's treatment, she quietly stays at her diary for a long time as she tries to find any potential opportunity for limited content to make a better effort to save her life or reduce her pain. However, all possible opportunities for recovery are like stones sinking in a deep pool. Ripples of regret at the surface as she's unable to shake the difficulties at your feet. This doesn't cause Liv to give up hope. She continues to search, contemplating her experiences over the past few days and searching between the lines to find something she can do. Mr. Lister. I don't know much about Mr. Lister. He was just transferred from City 42 yesterday. I only know he hates sweet flavored cookies. But he wakes up at 2 to 4 a.m. in the morning and cries. And when we evacuate CPF 40, we believed that there was still time to rescue others. So many teams were of us. There was a chance for the situation to get better. That was hope. As time went on, more and more lives were lost, bringing memories of the past. Seeds of hunger and sickness began to spread within the survivors. The prolonged future no longer brought joy. Instead, it rather turned into a hotbed for incubating suffering and torture. Saucia loves her bunny plush. It was left behind by her late sister. Talking about it can reduce her pain slightly. She gets well soon. No commanding can wake up soon. Callie, 79. Stage 4 gastric cardia cancer. Esophageal cancer, severe anemia, light punchy infection. If there's only something I can do. I told the old man his condition as he asked. To learn the news, he's not eating anything for 2 days. He said nothing but water since then. Did I really do the right thing? Kanada 47, mind age. Attacked in the middle of a rescue mission. Infra device damaged. Multiple broken bones throughout the body, large area artificial skin burn. Current supplies available aren't able to fix Mr. Kanada's broken bones. He's turned off the pain module to enter hibernation or to avoid mind deviation. However, when he has to vacate the sleeping pod for someone else, he needs to reactivate the pain module temporarily. Doesn't show it on his face, but I know the pain must be excruciating. Looked furious when Lucia brought him back. Kept saying that he should die in battle instead of becoming a burden. Lucia told him being injured isn't a burden, giving up is. Stop arguing after hearing that. Commander would probably say the same. Nagayuki, 17. Attacked in the middle of a rescue mission.
Mind stability needs Vanessa's help. All infection symptoms have disappeared, but our available supplies cannot repair her injured device. I have to show signs of mind instability due to damaged left side limbs. Lost all her teammates on the rescue mission, but from damage in the frame, her mind was seriously damaged. There's something I can do for her. She likes music. There are a few musicians among the refugees, and their songs are coming down a little. Fortunately, I can't help. But I'm scared by her moves. I can only put her in the room next to the musicians for now. Akane, 12 years old, severe punishing her for infection. Multiple traumatic wounds on her back. Apart from her injuries, Akane's extreme mood swings are also the main reason I put her under intensive care. There are no medicines that can treat her disorder within the conservation area. And he also holds a lot of prejudice against her attitudes. She must stay away from the hostile voices, but there's not enough space for her to stay alone in the basement. Currently putting her next to Miss Nagayuki. Getting along so far, I must watch them carefully. She likes Lassia's bunny, so that she even takes it away without telling Lassia and suddenly unleashes her rage on it. I said I'd make her an identical one once I got the required materials. Chain 51. Children unable to provide further information. Symptoms are similar to those of commandants. They suffer from bleeding and coma caused by traumatic injuries. Likewise, she is unable to wake up. We found 3 lifeless bodies during this search. Next time, we also found some supplies that seem to belong to Miss Chain and her children. We're not law, but Lee handed supplies to her children anyway. Robots cannot bring privilege to anyone in this cruel world. Let's unite. Damn, the list just keeps on going. The night prior to the blast of the longest arsenal, the staff and residents of City 43's conservation area planned to evacuate south to City 44. On evacuation, their team was attacked by Hetero creatures and had to return to stay with Grey Raven, which had arrived later. Everyone stays in City 43's conservation area was their thanks to the residents. Without them, there would be no secure shelter, and they wouldn't have been able to remove the commandant's hematoma. She still wouldn't have been able to save Orphe's life. Even if you hold the precious water of life in your palm without a container, you can only watch as it drips from your grasp until it dries up. So you put that sorrow cards into your being, or joy you can contain. Wherever they come, and one sits alone with you at your board, remember that the other is asleep upon your bed. Rarely you're suspended like scales between your sorrow and your joy. Only when you're empty, here it stands still unbalanced. She's seen those who look down on life and death, as well as their common expressions of indifference. Life cannot do it. She chose the more cumbersome path. During countless helpless nights, she let silent tears burn her womb, pain, giving her motivation to work harder to build a better tomorrow. If you're really happy, so that to give it a come, would be your motivation to tip the scales and achieve happiness. Constructs have a stronger ability to find and survive than humans. However, they cannot survive this forsaken catastrophe alone. Punching virus, casualty of wars, insufficient maintenance chambers and power, unrepairable frames. Aside from these obvious dilemmas, the hearts of constructs will never waver just from a change of frames. Despite not having wounds, Lucia tightly clutches her blade among the crowd. Even Lee, causing a few words to become even more reticent. Aside from discussing rescues and missions, he remains silent for most of the day. With the birth of the twins and the impact of the heteroid mother, Raver has been unable to move about freely. By the commandant, the 3 people here would be among the list of names engraved on the monument. When Vanessa learned about the commandant's action, she only sneered at it. Regardless of how much you contribute while you're alive, you're worthless when you're dead. Seeing her eyes revealed some indescribable haze, that of anger, or sadness. The list of critically wounded on the last page becomes lost in thought. There are only 11 critically wounded because most of the others couldn't make it to the moment when the rescue came. 13-year-old boy, Bulana, passed away the night before yesterday. However, his name is still on the record because Liv has been too busy updated. Liv had heard the refugees laughing a while ago. Of course, his mushrooms are caused you to hallucinate, see all sorts of crazy things. try if you take a chance. They've warned them not to try them just to see some crazy hallucinations because the only thing that would happen is liver failure. What does it matter if we die of hunger or die from being poisoned? Might as well go out having fun. That is the cruel reality. The possibility of excruciating death from hallucinogenic mushrooms becomes seen as a peaceful death. Is that why you ate them, Lana? It's meaningless to ask questions about the deceased. She shakes her head and shifts her attention back to the list of supplies. The lives and well-being of the refugees hinges on this list, but no matter how many times she checks it, the supply shortage won't miraculously get any better. Even now, the commander's life hangs in the balance. But she only administers the minimal electrolyte compound required, there are only enough supplies for 2 more days. Call from within the basement and rubs those thoughts. I think I heard Akane cry. Did you check up on her? Okay, thank you for telling me. Akane? Throwing yourself in Liv's arms, Akane lets out a muffled cry. As it is, Akane's cry makes its way through the basement. Faced with a mounting disaster, everyone's nothing but rubble amidst the rising flood of despair, leaving no hope for retreat. Bamboloni's next rescue attempt is futile. What will happen to the commander and the people stranded here? The veiled crying Akane put her hand on her empty chest. If there's anything I can do. She desperately awaits good news, hoping that she can have the power to end everyone's suffering. But time and again, she is helpless in changing reality. He pats her on the back and sings an old song to alleviate the despair hanging in the air. I'll become the wind's keys. What song are you singing, Miss Liv? Oh, it's a song from a long time ago. Everyone would sing it in the field hospital. That song? I've heard it before. My guitar squeezes through the door. I remember a composer during the post-pandemic age wrote it to commemorate their friends. The song became a hit because so many people lost their families and friends. Is that so? The older generation sings it for comfort. How about I teach it to you, Akane? What do you say? I want Miss Liv to teach it to me. Alright, I'll teach it to her first. Oh, I remember. That's it. Sound Truck's guitar attracts several musicians from the room next door. Kind of one by one, look at the people in the isolation ward with curiosity and fear. Just playing a song with the doctor. Want to join in? Alright, can you sing? Of course, the doctor can sing. Sing, Miss Liv. Playing music might not fix anything, but getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. Okay. Though she's a bit unsure of herself, she takes a deep breath and begins to sing.
果てしないこの湖暗闇へ沈みゆく魂誰もが見果てぬ闇最後へと歩みゆく しないこの湖暗闇へ沈みゆく魂誰もが見果て
As her voice fades, Love finally notices the crowd standing around her as everyone erupts in applause. That sure brings back memories. I didn't think anyone could sing. Well, we don't want to waste such a rare opportunity. So teach everyone to sing. Don't the wounded need to rest? I'm okay. I want to listen to everyone sing too. Inspection City 45 and 44 complete. I didn't recover any supplies, but found a field of mature wheat in the ruins. At noon the next day, Lucia takes a heavy bag and squeezes through the sealed door with the other constructs. You worked hard, everyone. Get some rest in the chambers. You should get some rest as well, Lucia. I also asked about the medicine you requested, but they didn't have any in stock. What about the other areas? I checked, but the other conservation areas are worse off than us. We just had another critically injured refugee join us. This keeps up any longer. In the current situation, taking supplies from anyone else would make no difference to the status quo. Right, because then it'd be doing that to them. Sorry. Lucia? Sir grabs her hand and shakes her head. It's okay. Situation we can't save everyone. It comforts Lucia slowly and painfully, like treading across water laden with thorns. Here, I found some of the cloth and con you requested earlier. Thanks. Aside from this, there's also some not good news. The conservation area at City 44 was ambushed by a horde of hetero creatures. I heard that from the refugees that just arrived. What happened? Some hetero creatures learned to attack as a group and began attacking where people gathered. Ah, same happened with Cal Long in like chapter 28? We stayed there for a whole day before we could get rid of all the hetero creatures. Parts of the conservation area were damaged, leaving only one constructor to repair the CPF and evacuate the refugees gathering there. Looks like there are fewer and fewer temporary refugees. Twins are still at City 41, which puts us in danger. These rescue missions from Babylonia keep failing. Better prepare an evacuation plan just in case. And there are more people gathered in conservation area than any other place. Poses an issue for evacuation. There are few targets left that can be destroyed traveling north from the west coast. We defenseless and were attacked by either the twins or a horde of hetero creatures. But these rescue missions from Babylonia keep failing. First, the team stayed on the surface to help those in the same situation while also giving the commandants some time to heal. They believed that they were still a ray of light in the dark depths. They believed the enemy could be defeated, the people would survive, the commander would return to the team. His expectations, struggles, and prayers have had no impact on the growing sense of despair. It's too early to give up. We need to believe in As she says believe, she suddenly lowers her head with some expressions of remembering some painful memory that trails off. Lucia? Ah, right. Alphas. They were in desperate need, and then what happened to them? It's nothing. Just that if they continue to use the same tactics for conducting rescue missions, it'll only lead to more deaths. Perhaps they just need some time to adjust their tactics. She solemnly looks around, looks at the nearby room. Where the Grey Ray commander remains resting in a coma. But we should still be prepared. Once rescue. What's in the heavy sack? I found this rice in some ruins. We're gonna make porridge tonight. Kina, get your pot. A sack of rice is enough to feed all 100 of us. That's great.
Looks like we're getting porridge tonight. Finally, some good news. Want me to help make it? Should be next to the stove and the storage up top. Ours is out of gas. Just gotta bring it down here. Okay, I'll go get it. Also collect some purified rainwater. It's been raining non-stop the past few days, so there should be more than enough water. Then the rest of us will sit here and rub the rice seeds with our hands to remove the husks. Huh? This ain't no rice. You can tell just by the sack. Besides, the conscripts had to fight to bring it. You too lazy to help them prepare it. You're the boss. Do as you say. Oh, look at Kima. You only ever listen to the leader. Shut up. All you do is gossip. Everyone begins to engage in joyous conversation as everyone lines up to take strands of rice, begins husking them in every corner of the base. Shortly after, the water, purifying, and cooking implements are ready. Everyone puts the husked rice into the water for it to be filtered and then said boil over fire. Only an old man's left holding rice. Since a weekly attempts to adjust the crowd, but his feeble voice fails to garner anyone's attention. Mr. Kelly, what's wrong? Can I hold on to this? Of course, it's meant for everyone to eat. Not eat, just save. He shouts with all his strength, but only intermittent syllables cut out of his lips. He's already malnourished before refusing to eat. Of course. These days, the old man gave his own food, or the food he could get to others. It's only a request. There's no reason to refuse. She doesn't understand why, but seeing him struggling to speak, she also refrains from asking any more questions. She just helps him sit beside the bed next to his wife. Thank you, young lady. My legs aren't what they used to be. I told him not to stand, but he's stubborn as a mule. Embers in their eyes, which were extinguished by despair and rain, ignited once more. People dancing on the steam, spilling their depression over the past few days. The summer that echoed throughout the basement had stopped. People slowly opened their eyes to catch rays of light in their invention. The stark world everyone gathers together to watch the small portable stove and a large cooking pot as they waft the delicious smell of rice porridge. If hope were to manifest itself, this would surely be the embodiment of it. They've noticed that the woman who has been guarding her husband stands up from beside her, joins the crowd and looks forlornly into the flame of the gas stove. Miss Jin? She tries to squeeze out a polite smile, but fails. Lindsay just woke up. She wanted to try some porridge and told me to join the others. But right after that, she... Just like you said, she won't make it through the night. Some people can endure this moment. Others can endure the next. Some people say that the hospital walls have heard more repentance and prayer than churches. No matter how hard one prays in front of a life that's lost, the outcome won't change. Why does she want to sacrifice herself to protect me? I might as well join her. She knows that even if she manages to comfort Jin, the situation won't change. Is their parting life, or is their comfort are far too shallow? Survivors lap around a campfire, they can't forget the shadows behind them. Light and shadow go hand in hand. If someone dies, it means someone will be saved. Person, especially a doctor, cannot calmly face the parting between life and death, because they'll drown in their own regret one day. Liv knows that she cannot learn how to face the situation with reason alone. It's upon a time an otherwise outgoing professor said this with a rare sigh. Optimism, calmness, indifference to life and death. These all help persuade ourselves. But we can't force others to maintain a positive outlook. Don't deprive others of the right to be sad. Don't discourage them to grieve, because persuasion is always more useful than force. Especially you, Liv. I know you can't learn how to remain emotionless when treating lives that cannot be saved, so that's why I'm telling you this. I hope you can allow yourself to be sad and use this accumulated regret as motivation to save those who can. This is also a kind of comfort for those who cannot be comforted. Persuasion is always more useful than force. But how can I... She looks up, Liv sees chucking his guitar, suggesting something to Liv. Should we sing instead of crying? He nods and closes his eyes to begin to strum his guitar. Shortly after, the other musicians follow his lead and join in. The crowd, those who had learned this song before, begin to sing along. song. It's a nice song. If only the commander was awake to hear it. We'll just have Liv sing it again when the commander wakes up. Okay, when the time comes, we can all sing together. I'll pass. I think the commander wants to hear you sing. Music and hot porridge warms the hearts of the despondent crowd as they join in the chorus and clap along. They find solace in the melancholic lyrics rather than rely on false hope. They use the song to unload their grievances and shed tears, leaving only faint echoes of their cries. See, what I say? Playing music might not fix anything. Getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. That song. Listening to the song, the old man's lips begin to tremble and his eyes brim with tears. What's wrong? He's fine. A man like him probably just think about the past. As people get older, some things become more clear, regardless of the song or a sack of rice. She shivers and lights up precious old cigarettes, her eyes sink into memories. During the Golden Age, livestock and farmland were run by machines. After the meltdown of the zero-point reactor, food resources were cut off. After such a long time, it was difficult for people to take up farming and raising livestock. Some people managed to do it. Not many people were able to while also fighting the corrupted. People talked about taking the seeds back to find seed places to plant crops. But once they weren't any corrupted, people desperate for food came to seize all our hard work. Just like the Great Winter Famine in the historical records, there was no stable yield of food for a long time. People could only take what they could get their hands on. Without livestock or produce, we resorted to eating birds and mice. People lived in scavenging areas where hordes of corrupted but few returned. So people began to breed something that they could raise quickly and that others hated. But there wasn't much left to feed those pesky insects. They couldn't raise enough to be made into protein blocks like the movies in the Golden Age. Normally people wouldn't have touched them. But worse came to worse, even those were taken. If this went unchecked, we would have filled our stomachs with everything. There wouldn't be anything left. So rules are made, spread through word of mouth. Seeds must be left behind. Offspring and fish eggs are not to be eaten. Plant roots must remain in the soil. Infecting animals and their food are not to be disturbed unless there's an emergency. Once people began to abide by these rules, we noticed some improvement. Animals could be seen in the mountains and forests, seedlings sprout in areas that were harvested. It helped us get through our darkest time. The old folks who lived through that era still remember it. But that disaster didn't spare us. It only got worse every day. Sometimes people break the rules when they can no longer take the hunger. Once the rules are broken, those that suffer have no choice but to do the same. That's when we met Cheese. We don't know his real name, but that's what he was eating when we saw him. Cheese was so rare at the time, that's what we decided to call him. Nothing I'm proud of. We thought he was well off seeing him eat cheese next to a field we lived by. That old geezer stuck into his field to steal food for us to eat, but didn't leave him any seeds. Cheese and his wife barely made it through the winter. The baby in her belly didn't make it. First time we heard this song was when he was kneeling in his empty field, and his wife who had fainted from crying as he sang to her. We didn't have the heart to go up and confess what we had done. We sent him some supplies, but he moved away shortly after. Since then, we've had a habit of leaving seeds for everything we eat. Even if no one cares about this rule, we can't break it ourselves. Even though the conservation areas have already been built, there's still room to raise crops and livestock there. As you've all seen, this stuff won't last very many days if anything bad happens. Well, enough of me rambling about trifles of the past. Surprised by excitement, the colleagues dressed in the nearby room walk out. Let's start serving everyone. Sure. Everyone form a line. No need to push and shove. Everyone grabs a spoon and lines up, holding their own tableware containers enthusiastically, paying extra attention that they receive their fair share. Gina holds the porch carefully, slows the caustic soldiers that live, then returns to Lindsay's bed. Old Callie, having not eaten for 3 days, takes a bite of his wife's porridge under her persuasion. Stanley, Shrek, Fantine, all except for the wounded who are still unconscious, gets a bowl of warm porridge. From the bowl in their hands, warm their spirit as people sit down and enjoy this very delicacy. Liv? The crowd is distracted by their meal, and leads to hear calls Liv aside. Yes? Come with me. Oh my god, finally, am I actually gonna fight something? Great evacuation. The dark room, Vanessa is stirring her porridge in her cupboard, enthusiastic exquisite coffee sweat. Rita Xanthos is lying on the bed next to her.
What's wrong? Surprised I'm eating porridge from a cup. I know it's not exactly my style, but I like to make the best of things when the situation's out of my control. I'm sure you've realized by now, Babylonia's cut off aid. What?
I've had obviously been too busy taking care of everyone to realize this fact.
Since the last rescue operation failed, if you ask them about their next operation or their change in tactics, they always give us a fake response. They're not providing regular contact. Whenever I contact them, they also give the same response. Lucy just got the same response too. It's nothing too unusual. They just postponed support operations to this area for the time being. They've done this in the past. Just the first time I've experienced it. Guess your indifference means you've all been mentally prepared for this. Looks like we're on our own for now. Yeah, it's unrealistic to expect to be rescued under these circumstances. I'd do the same if I were in charge. It's the only logical solution. Aside from that, there's some good news and bad news. The good news is, even though Babylonians cut off support, they were blocked by access to GPS intel. The bad news is, based on the GPS intel, the unidentified twins have entered City 42. What are you guys gonna do? Our location is dangerous. If our numbers will suffer losses if we run into any hostile encounters. I want to disperse this 164 people gathered into several teams, which is more conducive to action. We've had some more refugees join over the past few days. We now have 172 people and a dog, but it doesn't include us and the commander. We're already at 172 people.
Decentralization is definitely conducive to dealing with emergencies, but it'll take more time to retreat. We'd better get ready immediately. On the way, we also need to deal with deep problems: high punishing concentration, lack of food and energy, and hetero creature attacks.
Protective gear can protect us against the punishing concentration. We don't have enough for everyone, but we can move them in waves. The second problem is difficult to solve. All we can do is move slowly. As for the third problem, we'll just have to defend it with everyone. Where can we move everyone? To safe zones adjacent to City 43, Cities 46, 44, and 45. We just came from City 45. The conservation area is already full after taking refugees from City 44. And personnel for City 46 were evacuated after the CPF was damaged, so it's been vacant for some time. The CPF has since been repaired, but it's quite a distance from here. Not to mention, the people living there aren't exactly accepting of outsiders. No, that's an understatement. It'll lead to an accurate danger assessment. They're a group of armed scavengers that will attack and rob outsiders. City 44 is completely empty, but the CPF still hasn't been repaired. Hetero creatures are swarmed the perimeter, so they may converge into the red tide at any moment. Looks like there isn't any ideal location. Are you going to find a place for them to live and work in peace? Is the next step to investigate whether the soil is suitable for agriculture? Just find a refuge for them to hold out for the time being. Wait for the twins to leave City 43, then return and repair the damaged buildings. The world will be used up no matter how big it is, as long as they keep treading toward the unknown. If Xanthos was conscious right now, should the commander resort to the same guerrilla tactics?
You think you know Xanthos?
Let's temporarily divide the crowd into 3 groups for evacuation. Those who move freely will wear protective gear and follow the safety route we'll plan to bypass the potential battle zone. but a red tide may converge and proceed to City 44. 2 constructs will act as guards. While en route, the refugees should refrain from removing their protective gear. They'll return once safe living conditions are confirmed in City 44. Understood. We'll have some of the wounded take supplies to City 45. While I searched the area, I found a warehouse with a small filtering device. The conditions are poor, but people can survive there with some simple protection.
For the third team, we'll take the commandant Vanessa Bombinato and the rest of the wounded to City 46. Regardless of how hostile they are to outsiders, they can't do much against constructs.
That sure was quick. I expect nothing less from the chief. This may solve the problems caused by the threat of insufficient materials and the twins, but that doesn't cover everything. Don't you know? Constructs need to protect the refugees from hetero creatures while in transit. Some of the wounded will need to be transported out.
Humans will need protective gear, but we don't have enough for each person. That means the group going to City 46 will be unprotected.
Correct, but there's also one more thing. We can't avoid casualties along the way. Hope you've seen your fair share of hardship and cruelty, Grey Raven. Don't disrupt the team with the illusion of saving everyone.
What do you mean?
Seems like you guys have been spending too much time trying to rescue people out there. You don't know how many people will actually be able to keep up. I'm sure Liv can enlighten you. We can't take the wounded all at once. They also can't move quickly in the state they're in, and our vehicles don't have the capacity for everyone. Are you planning to leave people behind if we run out of time? Exactly, but only if time is of the essence. I don't want people's lives to be sacrificed in vain, but I don't want to risk the success of a mission. And I don't want this to be a point of contention between us. Anything that you're not happy about? Or are you still expecting Xanthus to regain consciousness and come up with some big brain solution that won't require anyone to be sacrificed? If not, I'll be the active commandant here. This is the only way we can save the most lives. If worst comes to worst, who do you think is most likely to encounter danger? Me and Bominata? Those refugees who still have the strength to run, or that comatose commandant of yours? Forget it. After all, a puppet led by Xanthus would just shout out protect everyone and rush it and die. No point in asking you. Let's plan our next step. I still think it's necessary to evacuate critically injured to City 45 or 46 first. You're right, but we had time, but they should go first. If the healthy refugees leave first, they may be left here for good.
Yeah, because then we don't have people to help out.
Looks like you become well acquainted with the inferiority of humans. This doesn't make them inferior. Everyone just wants to live, so we need a plan. Whatever you say. The twins haven't made it to City 43 yet, but I've detected a large horde of hetero creatures from the north. 130 clicks. They're headed right for us. ETA 8 hours. How many? Roughly over 100. Can we hold them off? No. If they're already grouped up, they're more than 100. I saw something similar in City 45 or 44. There's bound to be more beyond your detection range. There may be 10 or even 100 times more than that. If they find out where we're hiding, we won't be able to defend against such a large horde.
Plus, the sneeze himself is the point of a cup, which got cold.
Looks like we won't hold out until morning, so we should evacuate immediately. Understood. But I hope we will proceed according to the plan. Evacuate the wounded first, then the other conflict soldiers will escort those who can walk in an orderly manner, so they can receive help from the stranded elite teams as soon as possible. Some of the wounded can leave on the transport vehicles. After all, your commander only needs one seat. But I advise you give up on the latter. Psychog and Cerberus are in the same situation as us. There'll be more survivors in the base with doctors, but the team won't be able to transfer the influx of wounded. If none of the wounded survive, this won't be an issue. Please don't say something like that. As I said, there are going to be sacrifices along the way. You don't expect the hetero creatures to wait for you to take your time evacuating everyone, do you?
When you accept such a dire consequence, they have no choice but to accept the reality that they cannot change the status quo.
How many vehicles are left?
Including the vehicle we recovered over the past few days from the destroyed conservation areas, we have 3 left.
Hurry up and get your commander into protective gear.
You're in the room where Vanessa and the commander are located to begin preparations. Remember for an unexpected scene outside. People have already packed their scarce bags of luggage. Gray Raven exits the room, the refugees look at them coldly.
Where is everyone going?
We're going to the Forsaken space.
There's no way you can make it there on foot.
So I'm going to borrow your rescue vehicle.
Are you fucking serious? Wait, how did I even notice? Why are you leaving all of a sudden?
I know you won't tell us the truth. Seeing you all sneak around like that, I took advantage of the noise outside to eavesdrop on your conversation.
What did you hear?
Babylonia stopped sending aid. I heard that consort say it. We were just going over possible scenarios with the others. I didn't think anyone had the nerve to eavesdrop on us. Doesn't matter. I knew it was only a matter of time. There have been numerous incidents in the neighboring conservation areas. Since Babylonia has hung us out to dry and those damn twins are wandering around City 41 again, we don't want to stay here and await death.
3 vehicles are up and running. And we got protected gear. Boss, let's go. Please don't take the vehicles. We need them to evacuate the critically wounded.
What are we supposed to do then? Not like we can make it there on foot.
Wouldn't you be better off with the wounded when we're gone? You have more room and it'll be quieter. Seems like they don't know about the Hedo creatures and the twins headed right for us.
3 vehicles can't hold 172 people. How are you gonna deal with corrupted Hedo creatures if you get attacked? Outnumber them? That's why we need to leave before they swarm us. Scavengers like us have our own ways of operating. Leave the rest to us.
Please don't. Everything we've done is to ensure as many people can survive as possible.
The refugees had always believed that they had the right to know what was happening. A time like this requires everyone to work together. But what happened? They made a decision without knowing the danger. I can't even bear the thought of it.
Please listen. I just detected a horde of Hedo creatures approaching from the north. They'll be here in 8 hours. Also, the twins already left City 41 and are headed to City 42. We need to evacuate with the wounded immediately. If you take the vehicles, we won't be able to evacuate the wounded on foot. If the Hedo creatures break through our defenses, they'll enter the basement and kill the wounded.
Maybe lose the crown silence. We'll take your word for it, considering you're taking care of us and wounded all this time. Since you're willing to be honest, I'll make concessions to the constructs and wounded.
Leave the wounded here. Not like they'll survive much longer if we take them away. I don't want to die here. There's no way I can walk all the way there.
The refugee's leader remained silent among the crowd's protests until several of his strong guard were in front of him. Boss, what's wrong? You're not wounded. You've just been hungry for a few days and now you can't walk?
No way. Besides, she said these monsters will be here in 8 hours. How can we run past those monsters? If they don't come, what about the wandering outside?
We're armed and there's a lot of us. We can handle ourselves as long as there aren't too many. He's right, Doctor. We wanted to take the vehicles because our people are too exhausted to walk. Given the emergency, we should give priority to the wounded that can't walk. We weren't just going to drive away carelessly. If someone falls along the way, they'll slow the rest of us down. We're sitting ducks if we get attacked.
I understand. Are you at least willing to leave any vehicles?
How about this? We'll take the smallest vehicle to carry everyone's luggage and for the people to rest when needed. The other 2 are rescue vehicles, so they're more suitable for transporting the wounded. That way, we can guarantee our safety to a certain extent, but also not disregarding the lives of others. The crowd gradually falls silent, but concerns still remain.
But those Hedo creatures will be here in 8 hours. There's no way we can run them on foot.
Even if we take all 3 vehicles, there isn't enough space for everyone. You think you'll be one of the lucky ones who gets a ride?
Then what should we do, boss?
Calm down. We need to come up with a plan. Where were your people planning on taking us and the wounded?
Given the current situation, it would be best for the healthy refugees to go to City 44. There were still issues with the CPF and the punishing concentration is high, but there won't be any issues along the planned route if everyone wears protective gear. Once City 43 is safe, you can come back.
Seems reasonable. It's the nearest city with a direct road and minimal corrupted wandering around there. But if everyone going wears protective gear, there won't be enough for the wounded. There's also a warehouse at City 45 with a small filtration device. I'm not sure it's strong enough to guarantee safety, but anyone with normal level protective gear should do just fine there.
Correct. That's where we take some of the wounded. We'll take the rest of the wounded to the conservation area in City 46. You should still have enough room to take us in.
City 46. Those crazy bastards are just as dangerous as corrupted. But you're right. There's not much they can do against constructs.
Then it's settled. We should hurry.
Wait, we're not finished here. Going there on foot is going to take a while. As close as City 44 is, we might not even be able to cross City 43's borders in 8 hours. Except that the doctor generally wants us to lead the vehicles here to save the wounded. But I'm not so sure about you.
Ah, right. True.
You're standing in as the temporary commander here, right? I don't know what their command is normally like, but I have an idea based on the others in Great Raven. You.
Right. See, there it goes again. The fact that it's like, I'm the hero. Again, it's like, I can't really speak volumes for everyone else considering she's still a part of Babylonia.
People like you put human lives on one side of the scale and your own personal interests on the other. We've only been stuck here together for a month, but I know your type. You evacuate with the wounded, who's to say you won't abandon them and guarantee your own safety?
I'm just trying to save the most lives. Given our current situation, we don't have enough time and materials to save everyone. Sacrifices will have to be made.
What about that wounded deadweight?
Human lives aren't equal. If you had to choose between a cracked jewel or some pebble in a muddy ditch, which would you choose?
As expected from one of Babylonia's officers, you bastards are always putting a price on our heads just like what they did during the Great Evacuation.
Yeah, because that's the thing. This is kind of similar to it in a way.
It's a fight about to break between both sides of the wants to rush forward and say something, but she's stopped by Lee before she can do anything. Quiet down, Lawson. This great evacuation is in our hands now. The 3 cars outside are ours. You want the 2 rescue vehicles. You'll have to listen to us. Try and take them by violence. I'll shuffle my gun here and they'll be gone. You sure you want that?
Well then, what is it?
Let our people in the wounded retreat first. You and the other constructs stay here to stop the incoming attack. In case 2 cars aren't enough for everyone. They'll take the wounded and then come back for us. We won't have made it far at this point.
You want them to come back?
That's right. I'm sure the doctor and her team will be able to escort the wounded and return safely. Once everyone's retreated safely, you and that unconscious commander of yours can leave.
I can have the other constructs escort you and leave together.
I don't trust you. You'll just call them off whenever you get the chance. Slow as we are, with all the wounded, we'll be targeted even before we make it out of City 43.
I see. That's also kind of why they're putting me in the second group. Because then it's like, it's not necessarily a hostage situation, but it is still a point in where it's like, they have to fulfill their promise. Because then they can take the vehicles back. As opposed to me ordering them to pick me up first when you hand over the vehicles.
We'll have our eyes on you. You'll leave only when all the wounded have been evacuated first.
Yeah, because, I mean, to be fair, he is at least thinking about, hey, I will still help you get the injured out. It's not like he's literally telling them to die, which is definitely what other groups would do. Even if Grey Raven chooses to listen to you, I can leave with my puppet anytime I want.
But that'd be a death sentence going out there on foot, just the 2 of you. You don't want to give up that cracked jewel of yours, do you?
Ah, right. Because as the only conscious commandant, she'll be the one responsible for everything. Yeah, because before it would have been Hans, and it was supposed to be supposed to be Harley Joe after, but he's exhausted. Then it was supposed to be Simon, but he's unconscious after having to take over for me. Now she's the next one. Fine, I'll take up the rear. Quit wasting time and get out of here. Vanessa, are you sure about that? Get back here ASAP, otherwise it's going to be our funerals. One more thing. You, what's your name? My name's Sandra, Commander Vanessa. Sandra, go be one of their drivers. Sure, there are gonna be plenty of surprises along the way given how many corrupted hetero creatures are coming this way. Understood. Let's get going, Liv. I'll leave the evacuation plan up to you. You're more clear on the situation with the wounded. You got it. We'll evacuate the critically wounded and some of the less severely wounded first. It's going to be difficult to take that many people all at once given how big the stretchers are.
Liv opens her medical log and quickly examines the list of wounded. Log has been updated recently, but the current situation is clearly printed in Liv's mind.
The 8 critically wounded, Nagayuki, Kanata, and Lindsay, need to stay behind for the time being. The first 2 need Vanessa to maintain stable minds, but Lindsay's wounds can't withstand the crowd. The crowd and bumpy vehicles, so she needs to be carried away separately on a stretcher. This stabilizes once all the conscript soldiers have gathered. The one the commandant used? Well, the commandant doesn't need it now. As for Mr. Callie, I don't know if he'll agree to go. The old man who wasn't eating after being diagnosed with cancer. Let me ask him.
Even if he doesn't agree to go, he still needs space for 4 more people. These people alone will take up 2 cars. At most, they can take the little girl with them.
They can make do in the crowded vehicle if we get there fast enough. Let's make some supports between stretchers, so we can put them close together without being cramped.
Good idea. There's still only enough room for 4 stretchers. We can only fit a few more sitting down.
I'll leave it to you then, Lee. As for the second vehicle,
She thumbs through the records on her terminal and makes a new list.
they don't need stretchers, but even then they need to be separated due to their wounds. Even if some people lie under the seats or sit on the legs of those who aren't injured, we can't squeeze them in. Not to mention our vehicles haven't been modified, so they can't be overloaded, right? Exactly. How many more people do we need to take? We still have 47 wounded. No, counting new arrivals in the past few days. That makes for 62 people. But the second car can only carry 17. With 4 people in the first car, that means only 21. We can only take 21 people in a single trip. That's fine. There's still some hope if we can make another trip. But there's still several of our critically injured, and our commandant that need to go on the next trip. That means there's no time for hesitation. We need to make a 3rd trip. Yeah, let's call everyone. Okay.
Since Fantine's name is on the first list, she steps out of the crowd and greets Liv.
Thank you, Liv. But I want to give up my spot. It's too crowded for me. I haven't decided if I want to bring my child into this cruel world. I need some time to think. After you leave, the wounded here also need to be looked after. My medical knowledge obviously doesn't convey yours, but I can still help. Can you take the child I brought with me instead? The one on his back is still serious and he needs some room. Okay. Oh, Shrek wants to speak with you.
Let me go with you. I'll sit on the roof so I don't take up any space. Besides, if any of the wounded sit up there, they'll most likely fall down, right?
Are you sure? It's dangerous up there.
Don't worry, I'll hold on tight. You said you want to evacuate to a warehouse in City 45. Is there a doctor there to take care of them? Or are you gonna stay there with them? Ah, yeah, that's true.
No, that's what I've been worried about.
So, someone should be there to look after them, right? I'm no doctor, but I learned a thing or two about first aid recently.
Recently?
Got that right. A friend of mine made me realize how important it is. You don't trust me, I can have the Forsaken send a doctor over. That way, I can continue on my way and deliver the serum. I can't possibly refuse, right?
Okay, thank you. Good idea. We should also try to get support from Watanabe. If only the commander was still conscious.
We could use the command to pull some strings.
I know what you're worried about, but Babylonia cut off communication. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up joining the Forsaken. I understand why they made this decision, and I don't think it was out of greed or malice, but we're on our own now. I'm used to that by now.
Right. Yeah, true, because, again, Watanabe at least owes us one. At the very least, and again, it's like, if we're on our own, then at least Watanabe won't have to worry about Babylonia spying on us and checking our movements and such. You guys talk things over. Want me to go get the wounded? Trying to grab the words, he waves and quickly runs back to the basement.
Oh, Liv. Callie says he's not going with the others. Really? I understand.
Over 10 minutes later, thanks to everyone's efforts, the first group is already in position. People are crowded together, but not so crammed that the wounded are crushed. Everything's ready. Let's go. I'll deal with the header creatures along the way. Liv, take care of the wound. Lee and Sandra, the other consort, take care of the driving. Starts the engine, causing the siren rescue vehicle and an alarm from the dashboard speakers to blare. Zadie leaves on the brow, increasing noticeably. He unscrews the cover of the speaker and definitely puts it on the circuit. Let's get going. Oh, okay, good. Because I was gonna be like, wouldn't that definitely attract even more?
私は指揮官の翼です。指示をお願いします。
Lucia, the wandering header creatures nearby are coming over. The vehicles are overloaded. We can't move fast enough to get rid of them. I'll try my best to clear out the enemies on the path. You go as fast as you can. For safety considerations, we'll stop the vehicles for defense if we run the enemies on the way. But the vehicles are already wrecked and most of the wounded can't move. I understand. We have to make it quick. Damn. Talk about a red thing.
先人のカラスバ。
Oh shit. God, I don't want to be Oh shit.
この程度じゃ。 退きなさい。
Come on. Wait. Nope.
カラスバよ。私の刃になってください。
Yes. Oh my god.
この程度じゃ。
Oh shit.
先人のカラスバ。退きなさい。退きなさい。
Oh shit. Eliminate all the enemies ahead, but there's still some behind us. Keep moving. I am.
この一撃で。
Nope.
この程度じゃ。
Oh shit.
退きなさい。
Oh shit.
カラスバよ。私の刃になってください。この程度じゃ。
Oh my god, how many are there? Holy shit! I'm still looking for a better way to help.
先人のカラスバ。
Nope. Come on. Oh shit, how did I get that?
この程度じゃ。
Nope. It's over. You guys are right there? Just some minor injuries. I'll handle it. Okay, I'm moving toward
これが最後の戦いだといいですね。指揮官。
City 45, West Warehouse, 3:41 a.m. Leaving the conservation area in City 43, they cross by several collapsed roads and buildings attacked by the corrupted and header regions until finally arriving at the destination, City 45, 5.5 hours later. Well, the Nami situation isn't looking good either, but at least they promised to send a doctor and even offered to take in some refugees if the situation takes a turn for the worse. Thanks for letting me use your terminal. Strike terminates the call and hands the terminal back to Lee. You said you were going to call the Forsaken to send someone over, but you obviously didn't have a way of reaching them. I did just now, didn't I? People need to rely on each other to survive in this world, so we can't just think about what we have. Time like this, even more so. Want any more platitudes? I've got 100 of them. Just be more prepared next time before making promises. Considering how many incidents we've had recently, what would you have done if you couldn't reach him? Nonsense. I trust you guys.
It's fine, Lee. Doesn't matter whose terminal he uses as long as everything works out. How are things where you live? I checked everyone's vitals and rebandaged everyone's wounds that opened up from all the bumps along the way. Sorry for writing in your book, Shrek.
It's okay. Books are used for recording information. I've got what I need from it anyway.
Also, how can I know I promised to make an identical rabbit doll for you, but it's okay, Miss Liv. I understand. I only had time to make you a small one on the way here. If I return to City 43's conservation area, I'll make another one for you, okay? Alright, let's go back and get the ever wounded. You're not going to tell us how you're doing? You mean my leg? I can manage. But what's with all the vital fluid? I already rebandaged it. I'm good to go. If you can't take it anymore, let me know. I'll carry you. Okay, thank you, Lucia. Oh, when is the Forsaken Doctor going to be here?
A day or so, but not exactly close.
If that's the case, you have to take care of the wounded until then. I need to go back and escort the rest of the wounded.
Alright, I'll take it from here. You should get going. I did do this one already, right? Okay, yeah, I did. The stayed behind. The Jakarta basement sound when he does the people here waiting for Grey River to come back. Alright, I think with this, I'll probably save it for now, because it looks like there's still definitely a lot more. It sucks I've only done one battle, but damn. It's definitely like... It's definitely a terrible situation we've gotten ourselves into. It's like I'm barely there, so... It's definitely going to be interesting to see how much more I can get to moving forward. Like I said, I'll see how much more I can get done. See if I can at least do another stream in the next couple days to do more PGR. Because again, I want to at least finish this chapter because it's definitely going to be an extensive read. But anyway, let me give a huge shout out to Guardian Soulplay for showing up. And yeah, it's already a pretty good story so far. Because again, we're dealing with the whole situation of like, it is kind of similar to the Great Evacuation Crisis, but it's also not exactly it. And just again, seeing like how the people band together in times. Again, it can be good, it can be bad, but it's realistic in that sense. But if you guys did enjoy the stream but not already following the channel, please make sure to leave a follow. It's much appreciated. Check out my YouTube channel, post all the VODs there, and subscribe to my YouTube channel as well. Join Discord, you guys already. Oh, and also a huge shout out to Enixomi for being following the channel. Much appreciated. I hope you did enjoy the stream for tonight. And I'll see what I can do. Because the thing is, it's supposed to be snowing a lot tomorrow. Then like a mix of like rain and ice on Wednesday. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream those days. But I'll see how it is. And we'll see if I can do another stream for that. But anyway, this has been Xanthos Vibes. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. See you guys next time. We're out.
願い、誓い、奇跡は因果のように結ばれています。心に秘めた希望を絶やさずにいたから、私は今もあなたのそばにいます。